And I believe we're live. Welcome, everybody, to the Sleestakian's variety show.
Hi,
Rolling Screen.
everybody.
Hey, hey.
How you guys doing? Oh,
I'm okay.
Yeah,
I hate
still
it when
alive.
I
my
should have seen.
phone's my phone won't. When I turn the volume down all the way, it still won't turn it down all the way for some reason now.
Hmm.
So now I'm going to have to go to. Here we go.
I forgot to leave my mic muted for the first minute.
Yeah, I always I when I'm on the laptop, I like to have the phone the chat on the YouTube chat on the phone. I find that easier for me to read than on the screen. But
Good idea.
unfortunately, things were kind of when I turned the volume supposedly all the way down on my phone, it still was on part way, so I had to go in the settings and because the slider button or whatever doesn't work. Hey, Scarlet Fever, Caleb, Shep, Hervoye, welcome. And of course, welcome to the fabulous panelists, Master Gias and Vidu James NZ or NZ for North Americans.
How's it going, guys?
I'm doing fairly well. I got once again sorry for the late start. Oh, and did I say hi to Caleb? Welcome, Caleb. Always a pleasure to see you. Yeah, I think Americans might have gotten the term Z from I don't know if that's Dutch or
Huh.
we had some Dutch colonies and then like New York used to be called New Amsterdam.
Yeah, I
Oh,
remember that
really?
from a song. Even old New York was once New Amsterdam. Why they changed it, I can't say. Guess they liked it better that way.
Interesting. It's kind of like that whole Istanbul, not Constantinople, which that'll actually piss off some of my Greek friends if I call it Istanbul, because in Greek they never changed the name. It was just the Turks that just Istanbul is. I can't remember the Greek phrase that it comes from. It just means like in the city. It's just like a Turkish like attempt to pronunciate the phrase that means in the city in Greek. So it's just like it's it, it seems kind of silly that they changed the name, but I think that's quite common though.
Yeah, names get changed sometimes. Linguistical drift and everything.
I'm going to turn up the volume. Yeah, I think I think it's one of those things like if you conquer a place, you want to typically want to give it your own name.
Hmm.
I mean, well, that could be interpreted more than one way. I mean, like Alexander the Great, I think I think he named several places Alexandria. Of course, the most famous I would think would be in Egypt, where they had the Great Library of Alexandria. And hey, Dave, welcome to the chat. People are greeting each other, and thanks Hervoye for dropping the kick.com link. I had to pull yesterday's stream because some stuff happened towards the end that I probably should edit out.
Oh, that sounds intriguing.
Yeah, it was like in the last
Let's talk
5 or
about
10
that.
minutes.
No, just kidding. uh,
I'll tell you off air.
Okay, yeah.
It was wild. What have you guys been up to though?
Um, you first, Master. Yes.
A few things, some project at work that requires a lot of data entry and some other stuff I don't fully understand. I'm also trying to catch up on some of my backlog of artwork.
Yeah, you were showing me some stuff off air that I thought was really impressive. That I take it Daniel probably drew it and he did the coloring.
Yeah, I that one had actually been in the works for a while. Like looked back at my notes, so I had forgotten what I called them. I had to look back in my notes and find it, and I came up with the name in 2021.
Well, there was one that looked like maybe Bowser and Princess Peach.
Yeah, I think that one was from last year.
Yeah, I mean that's some. I think that's safe to show, and the other one probably is.
The other one I'm kind of not sure. It's Barbie doll anatomy, mostly.
Yeah, yeah. That, but the Bowser thing, I know. I know for sure you can show if you want. Um, let's see. I'm looking in the chat. Dave's been building a machine in his garage. That reminds me of that Tom Waits song. I don't know if there's any Tom Waits fans in the chat or on the panel, but he had this. He's typically a singer. Kind of had this perfect voice, I think, for almost like a bar room type voice or something for singing, if that makes sense. But he had this spoken word piece called "What's He Building in There." And in the way it's a poem basically, and it's like but the way he recites it is so sinister sounding. Like,
Anyway, this is what I was working on last week. It's marked as mature, so unless you're set for that stuff, you don't need to watch.
oh, okay, thanks for the warning, because before I show it on the screen.
Well, it's just a link. So if you want
Yeah,
to,
because at first I thought you wanted me to open a link.
no, that's why I chose to put it in the public. Just send it to you
Okay,
on
that makes
Discord.
sense.
Otherwise,
Yeah, if you're over 18 and or whatever the age is, and you're
to be honest, I don't even think it's necessary to be 18. It's like risque, but not really. Yeah.
well, I'm just gonna err on the
Like,
safe side, but
well, it's more like 16 plus, I guess I'd call
yeah,
that.
I don't. I guess it's yeah. I don't know what to say. I haven't seen it yet.
Well, it was that lava lamp from last.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's. I wouldn't consider that to be like pornographic or anything like that. But please like and share the stream, folks. It helps get the word out. So did you want to show off the Bowser drawing?
Okay, just let me load that up.
Okay, that sounds cool. James, are you still working on your animated web web cartoons, or I don't know how it'd be phrased.
Yeah, it's going to be a web cartoon, I suppose. Yeah, I am working on that. I'm still doing the bumper for voice acting recruitment, and I made the foolish mistake of not labeling my layers properly in my art program. So, like most of my time I'm spending on it now is like it was just such an amateur mistake what I did. So that's what's taking up all my time at the moment. The cartoon's pretty much finished,
Oh,
but
that's cool. It
it's
has
just
to be voiced still.
yeah. I just it's this thing I'm animating is like just a recruitment for voice actors. That's the thing that's nearly finished. The
Oh,
actual
okay, yeah, that makes
yeah,
sense.
the actual cartoon is still yet to be
Oh,
done.
yeah, that sounds like quite the project, but one that I think will be worthwhile.
Yeah.
Here's what Gia. One of the things that I was asking Gias about earlier.
Oh, cool. Man, that's awesome.
Yeah, I think it's YouTube friendly enough. I mean,
Yeah, I've seen worse on here.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I saw worse last week. Yeah, not from you though. Yeah. Towards the very very end of the show.
Can't remember when I hopped off.
I don't either. So yeah, I really like this. Yeah, I'm looking at it on my phone because well, actually the colors are pretty similar on my screen. Sometimes things get a little distorted because I have this black mode so that that my for my browser. Otherwise, it'll just if it's just the white background, it just hurts my eyes after a couple minutes.
Yeah, I have a tendency to go with dark mode.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, but with StreamYard, doesn't like really have a built-in dark mode that I'm aware of, so I had to use a browser extension or maybe I went into the settings of the browser and turned a flag on, in Chrome. I can't recall. I think it's oh, you know what? It's an extension. But sometimes these extensions will also make everything black, including distorting the images in the video and StreamYard. So
Yeah,
this
dark
is
mode's
super
pretty good.
zoomed in.
Yeah, I'm starting my basic. I'm sectioning off things now, so this part can be a bit boring, but it saves me later. Saves me trouble later.
James, are you
Basically, I
saying
start
something?
making a layer I call the filler. I'm not sure why I called it that, but it
Oh,
basically allows me to select different sections of it. So I don't need to select the whole thing.
I
okay.
noticed you've labeled your layers. Smart guy.
Yeah,
I
it
didn't do
always
that
helps
very
me to do that.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry, James. Sorry that you didn't. That seems kind of. It must have just slipped your mind.
Oh, it's an amateur mistake, and yeah, it's just like things just got complicated. So I was just like, there's just way too many layers, and some of them aren't named. Like the naming conventions are just really bad. So I'm kind of like, what's this bit? What's that bit? And it's like that's not the ideal situation you want to put yourself in.
Oh,
So
I see. Yeah, you didn't.
so I'm trying to fix it. I'm actually trying to fix it as we speak, and yeah, it's a real pain in the ass. And I've only got myself to blame. So
And folks, if you like what you're seeing, please like and share. The more active the chat is, the
Part of this is also finding these little
better.
gaps right here, like this little spot right here. Nothing in this thing is supposed to be blue. It's kind of a background layer that makes it easier for me to spot pieces I missed with the fill tool.
it's weird because like up close. Oh, hey, Scorpion King. Thanks for sharing the stream. And yeah, it's funny. It's like up close, the lines are still a little bit jagged, like the old school, like computer program. I mean
Yeah,
the old school art, but like, but that's like how many times
I
like
have no idea.
enlarged. I mean, it's just like it's really amazing compared to like what we started off with back basically with the Mac, because the Mac basically the uh, guys from Apple went off to Xerox, and Xerox to the Palo Alto. What do
Mm,
they call that? Xerox Park, Palo Alto Research Center, or something like that. And Xerox had been working on this just really cool, really advanced computer for which used a mouse and a point and click desktop interface, and just completely revolutionary, and had some features with their operating system that we don't even I don't think we even have today with modern operating systems.
okay. Anyway, this is 100% magnification. Looks fairly clean. Of course,
Yeah,
I can't see the whole image.
yeah, it's just so what so both like uh the Mac operating system, and then like I don't know, it was a year or two later Windows came out. They're both based on the research of these of the people at Xerox.
I'm just thinking there's a bit of irony in that because Xerox is known for bad photocopies.
Well, that was the thing, is they came up with this great computer, but they didn't. Their marketing team had no their either the marketing team or just like some executives in some off they didn't know how to market the thing. They're used to marketing their um as kind of as you characterized it, maybe not so good copy machines. I don't know. I I, I don't really. It's been so long since I've used a copy machine. Do you guys use it for copy machines for your artwork, or
Not really. I use a copy machine sort of for work, like, and that is really just a printer with a scanner.
No, I
oh,
never
hey,
use
Fish
it.
1999, welcome to the chat. Yeah, that's the thing, is a lot of people use scanners. Now, I think some of these scanners kind of do some of them like dual as copy machines? Like, so I mean, sort of
Well,
a dual.
yeah, the
Okay.
printer we have at work I use as a copy machine all the time, quite regularly because it getting it to work as a printer is a little annoying. It has
Oh,
this print from anywhere function where I could connect it to the Wi-Fi and print it wirelessly, but I can never figure out how to do that. It makes it really complicated.
with Xerox, I think Xerox had this feature with their graphical user interface where somebody could just take like whatever document we were working on, like some artwork or word processor or whatever, just drag and drop it to the printer, I don't, I don't know if you can do that or not, but like in Windows
Hmm.
or the Mac. But anyway, I was just thinking about that.
Well, the point is, I can never figure out how to connect it to the Wi-Fi, so I have to physically attach it to the printer through a cable, which involves moving my computer because I had to move the printer because it's larger than the last one and doesn't really fit in the spot we kept the old one in.
Oh, I think I know why I mentioned that was Xerox, because their operating system not only was a multitasking operating system that um, like like the Mac wasn't originally multitasking, but it was made for these offices, so they were all like the computers were networked together, and a lot of cool networking features. But anyway, I'm sorry, I'm getting off track.
Hmm.
But that kind of reminds me that like back in the 90s, I'd go to the college library because to use the internet because they had a much faster internet than what like the dial-up modems of the time. And this might even still be the case where you I think you could like print something and like maybe it's like a library and all these different computers are networked to the printer. I mean, like they were wired, network, not Wi-Fi.
Yeah, I understand how they will be wired together in the
Yeah.
era for like I got Wi-Fi once when it was still some components you had to install in your computer. Like when we got our first router, it came with this device you would insert into your desktop computer, and it would enable wireless connection between that and your modem. Like back when it was a new thing.
What would it do? I'm sorry.
Well, when Wi-Fi first started becoming a thing, it was this. Basically, the company would sell these two devices. One you would attach to your router, the other you would attach to your computer. It allowed you to wirelessly connect the two.
Hmm.
And of course, nowadays, computers and your phones and all sorts of other devices have that built in as standard.
Oh, I see. It was an external device instead of internal.
Mostly, I mean, with the Wi Fi attachment to the desktop, it was this thing you would install into the tower or whatever that thing's called.
Hmm.
And there would be an antenna sticking out of the thing.
Oh, so it was like it was a card.
Yeah, something I suppose is a card.
Oh, interesting.
Given the size of it, it's not something I would have thought of to call. But admittedly, I don't know all the terms.
Well, that sounds like it would really come in handy. Just trying to get the word out about the because we end up going live late
Yeah,
again.
yeah,
Yeah, that's been a problem. I mean, I'll take the blame for that because
yeah.
I've
Admittedly, I
been
thought we weren't
disorganized.
doing it tonight.
Yeah, if I try to let people know if I don't I'm not doing it, but I could see why.
Hmm.
So, anyone playing any games lately?
I got back into some of the games I've been playing, like Dragon Quest Monsters: The Dark Prince. I kind of got off the topic that it's a mon battling game where you can synthesize monsters by combining two of them together to get a new monster.
Oh,
And many of the monsters can only be obtained by synthesizing them. Like there's a bunch you can capture in the wild, but most they don't seem to have any sort of space where you can find them naturally.
oh, that's cool.
So I went a bit crazy with synthesizing them and kind of only advance the story so I can get to new hunting grounds, so I can train them up faster. I went kind of nuts hunting down metal slimes.
Metal slimes?
Yeah, in the Dragon Quest franchise, metal slimes are these monsters with rather high defense and agility, but low attack and HP. And they are basically worth an insane amount of EXP.
Cool.
And when you want to level grind, they're the ones to go for.
I see. Trying to think if I have any of those games. If I have, I really haven't sat down and played them at all. Because is this for multiple platforms?
I think I have it for the Switch.
Oh yeah, I'm I probably got that. If there was any big sale, I
For me, I had to order it. Dragon Quest was kind of a hot item. Like it came out shortly before Christmas. So when I went to all the different stores that would normally sell, I would normally get the video games at, nobody had it. I had to order it, and it would took me a while to get it.
Shit.
I've heard of people. Some people will actually order like the Japanese version of a game.
Yeah, I tried to learn Japanese a while back, but it wasn't for me.
Well, I'm not sure if they're always like the games themselves are always in Japanese, or if they're just like getting like a version that's maybe in English but less censored or something. I'm not saying every game for the Switch, is censored. It's just, and I've heard that the PlayStation can at times be worse as far as censorship.
Hmm.
PlayStation, yeah, it really can. I can't even like send a private message to a friend on the PS5 with the F word in it. It won't let me do it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard they added out a lot of fan service in anime games as well.
Yeah, that's yeah. They
Yeah,
should leave it the way it was intended.
yeah, I would think I don't if it's like an adult game, why don't they just say it's for adults? Put a mature rating on there.
Yeah, I have noticed things have changed a bit. Like I've been a fan of anime and manga since the '90s. '90s was when I started taking more control over what I watched and went out of my way to find stuff. Or the '80s was like I was really too young to care about much in the '80s.
Yeah, I watched like say Voltron and stuff like that back in the '80s, but I didn't. It might have been late '80s or early '90s when like some friend of mine, some friends of mine like introduced me to these anime tapes that they had, video cassette tapes. It was way back then, and the VHS, and one had to like special either they had like a bootleg copy or they get like like the special order it from a store. You actually have to go to the store and ask them, "Oh, could you please order this from your catalog?" Or look it up in your catalog and see if you can special order this. Nowadays, you can just go on the internet and there's all sorts of ways of watching things, both legitimate and ways that I'm not going to, like, legally can't endorse.
Well, I've never really been into anime, but I can see the appeal, and I can see I appreciate the art style and the artwork and the writing. Um, and I enjoy that. I just enjoy the fact that other people enjoy it. Um, so yeah, it's cool that they're still kind of doing more traditional style than what everything like Western is. Like it's all just CGI. Even though I know they do have programs to make it kind of look like that in some anime, but yeah.
Yeah, it's it doesn't. I think a lot of it tends to be more 2D and not the 3D stuff. Which at first it was cool to all of a sudden there was these I don't know if it was like DreamWorks or if it was what's the other company that
And Pixar or what?
Pixar, yeah. And at first it was okay, this is a cool novelty, but some of the stuff was excellent stuff at the beginning coming out, but there was still 2D animation, and then it was just like everything was like 3D, and then some of the companies weren't like exactly putting in their best effort, and some of that has to do, I think, with these with just the this massive like corporate conglomeration
Hmm.
where we get just fewer and fewer companies that own most of the media.
Yeah, that's why I like a bit of competition. Gets better products.
Yeah, it does. It's just a damn shame that corporate greed gets in the way.
Yeah, people complain so much about political correctness and stuff, but we we had shows back in the '90s that were uh, very very inclusive as far as uh, we there started being it wasn't just racially diverse, but we were starting to get like more gay characters and all sorts of you know diverse characters, but it seemed like the storytelling was so much better. And then I think it maybe was the writer's strike, and we ended
Hmm.
up with a bunch of we had a big writer's strike here in America. I don't know overseas
The
if there
reason
was one, but we ended up with a bunch of reality television shows, which I know that other countries have those as well.
hmm, the
Whereas I
reason why
think we started off with a show called The Real World, and that was like one of the early ones. And I think that was before the writer's strike. And I think after the writer's strike, like a bunch of people were putting out these shows
the
because
reason
they
why
have to hire
diversity
writers.
worked back then the reason
Huh?
why diversity worked back then was because they didn't make a big deal about it and they actually put the writing first. Like
Yeah,
they
yeah.
they like yeah, like they don't pander. They're just like, well, we're not getting a person of color in there just because of the sake of getting like we're checking boxes. We're actually gonna just put whoever's right for the role, and it's sprinkled all throughout the '90s, like shows and things like that. Like, you've got I've been watching Early Edition from the '90s. Man, that's a gem. Like, I never really paid it much like time of day when I was younger because I was young. I just wanted to play like Sega or whatever when I turned the TV on, but it would be on there, and yeah,
Early
it's basically
edition.
about it. Yeah, have you heard of it?
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
If you don't,
I
for those
can't
of you who don't know,
remember.
Early Edition was a guy who got a newspaper the day before it was printed. So he would have headlines and stories that of things that hadn't happened yet.
Yeah.
The
That
paper
sounds really
was
cool.
100% accurate unless he did something to change it.
Yeah.
Or at
I
least as
feel like this
accurate.
should have been a comic book. It
Yeah,
should have
that
been.
sounds really fun. Let's see if there's anybody saying stuff in the chat. Oh, sorry about that. Let's see, we had El Hombre and Force Ghost Burt Reynolds. Um, welcome. Sorry about that. Oh, Fish 1999. Now, Fish was here before with a different account. I hope people are still in the chat. I don't. It looks like some of these messages are from a few minutes ago. So really
Oh,
sorry about that. I'm having a hard time reading the chat. I was sharing out the link. And by the way, please like and share the stream. And if you're not subscribed, please subscribe. And it really helps the channel. It's cool to have like different discussions going on in the chat too, and people promoting their channels and projects, hobbies, etc.
yeah.
But yeah, that sounds like a really creative idea for a show.
Yeah, it's awesome. Like, I never paid it much attention back in the day, but because I was young and stupid, I just wanted to watch cartoons and stuff. But yeah, it's a really well written show. Um, and there's mixed races in that, and there's so many shows that do it, but they don't wank on about it. So like,
Yeah, that's a great way of putting it, Wayne Con,
Yeah, it
about
was
it.
something I didn't think about back then. Like, I think the main cast was predominantly white, but there was, I guess, minority character or whatever.
Well, that was like the interesting thing with you some shows you watch them and there might be like one token white guy, it might be an all black cast, with a lot of shows from maybe the late 80s, early 90s. There would be, or maybe there'd be majority white, but you'd have some minority characters. Like a lot of the children's shows were quite racially diverse.
Yeah,
And I would
and
think
you,
that the people who grew up with that would like actually know how to make like good TV shows with a diverse cast without making it feel like the characters are tokenized, because it really I mean, like even like when, like, say Jim Carrey was like the token white guy, so to speak, on In Living Color, it
yeah,
didn't feel like he was a token, you know, actor or whatever. You know what I mean?
yeah.
And
I don't get what's up with this stupid like representation bullshit. Like, when I watch the Wayans brothers, like I feel for Marlon in a lot of cases, and we're different colors, but it's like if the writing's good enough, you can doesn't matter what color you are, you can still you know have some similarities with what the characters like characteristics are. It doesn't need to be all about race, and that's called good writing.
Yeah, there were some really good shows where like a lot of like family sitcoms where the dad was actually kind of a little more like empowered than like I mean, even it was even maybe back in the since the 70s, um where the guy would, the man of the house. I know that sounds kind of old fashioned, but he was kind of like portrayed as like a buffoon or whatever, kind of like Homer Simpson is now. It didn't start out that way with the Simpsons when it was on. Can't think of what show that was.
Tracy Ullman show.
Yeah, I don't think he wasn't really as stupid. He would get angry,
He,
but it wasn't that he was so
well,
stupid, from what I recall.
from what I recall, he was stupid, but maybe not as stupid as he is now.
Because
Yeah,
his heart was
yeah,
in the right place. That's what it was. He actually had heart to him. It wasn't
yeah,
like he would always try and do his best, even though he's a complete retard. Like,
yeah, yeah.
you know what I mean? It's just, I don't know.
Al Bundy was kind of like that too, but then again, like they showed everybody as being a bit intellectually challenged. I think. I mean, like,
Yeah,
I mean, everybody had their own. Yeah, yeah. I mean, the dog might have been the smartest character in that show.
Yeah, it's been so long, I can't remember it.
Yeah, they had a talking
Did it?
dog.
Seriously, I don't remember a talking dog in there.
Yeah, well, maybe it was the dog's inner monologue, which I guess not everybody has an inner monologue, and some people maybe their inner monologue isn't words, it's like pictures or whatever, that's
yeah.
Yeah. I remember watching Resident Alien, and main character Harry has frequent inner monologues, and they're typically pretty funny.
would you say the name of that show is? I'm so sorry.
Resident Alien.
That sounds good. I'm the resident alien on the show, though not an illegal alien or undocumented one. I came here for my family came here from the land of the lost in according to the book, so to speak. Not trying to make any sort of political statement, just I don't know.
I've been watching My Wife and Kids as well lately. That's a great show too. Really
That's a
good writing.
sitcom, right?
Yeah, sitcom. Yeah, with Damon Wayans in it. Um, yeah, really, really well written show. Got the sort of what would be deemed as old fashioned morals, but um, I don't think being a family man and actually giving a crap about your family is old fashioned. I think love and caring for people should never go down as old fashioned.
Oh, that's what I was trying to get at earlier. Was there were is on some of the shows that were had like focused around like black families. Actually, there was actually like a really like good job with the writing. Sometimes showing the dad as like really stepping up to the plate, like to use a baseball term, or really just like stepping up as a man, to do whatever he had to do to feed his family and
Yeah,
make sure they're be a good provider. And that actually was the case though with Married with Children. It's like El Bundy just worked this like dead end job where I don't think he was going to be like running a shoe store or whatever,
yeah.
especially with his attitude. But still, it was
What did
like
he do for a living?
he sold shoes and like,
Okay.
but like he just really hated like helping people put on their shoes. Like
Yeah.
it was just such a frustrating job for him because he was like sounded like he had been like kind of like potentially a professional football player, but like NFL player back when he was in high school. Like he had that potential to go to the big leagues, or his big leagues is that baseball anyway. He could have he could have he could have I think he could have been in like just a you could go off and maybe play for a college team or play for the NFL, but I think he like fumbled the ball or something like that during the game. And so like years later, he was just like regretting that moment, which I think everybody has some sort of moment in life that they regret.
Yeah.
It's not always the healthiest thing. I mean, it can be healthy if it leads to something better, like people doing stuff, better with one's life. But in his case, I think he was a little too obsessed with the past. Oh, hey, Jack Stafford. Ahoy. And welcome back, Shep. Oh, I see Colonel Marks in the chat. Fish says, token white guy. I must see the movie. El Hombre says, nice tits. My voice kind of sounds like Porky Pig, says Fish 1999. I thought it
Admittedly,
sounded
you
like
do sound
Boo Boo
different than
from
normal.
well, what is that show with the bear who would steal picnic baskets?
A Yogi Bear?
Yogi Bear, yeah, I've been accused of sounding like Boo Boo, which any of those are fine. These were like big influences on me as a kid. So, well, pal,
Yabba dabba
uh,
do.
they all up to today as far as well, a lot of them do. Some of the World War II like propaganda stuff with like the
Yeah.
Japanese guys and stuff. Maybe they don't hold up so well. And Walt Disney Hunter, you have his voice. Interesting. I think he hunted the black cartoon bird. What? Is that racial? I don't know. I'm just joking. What was that bird's name? Friend to Donald Duck.
What?
Interesting. Huh?
Donald Duck? What are we talking about?
Did he have like a black duck friend?
Uh,
Donald Duck. No, I don't think
it
so.
sounds like we might be talking about Daffy Duck, which is Looney
Warner
Tunes.
Brothers.
Yeah.
Warner Bros.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Warner
yeah.
Bros.
Or Merry Melodies.
Oh yeah, yeah, what was the difference between the Looney Tunes and the Merry Melodies? I could never figure that out.
think one was just earlier, wasn't it? It was just the same. It's the same company essentially. I think. I don't know. I
Oh,
could be
so after
completely
a while,
wrong.
they just changed the name.
Yeah.
Homer became more of an idiot after Bart, who was supposed to be the main character, initially failed to work out. Interesting. And then I see Shep. It's always good to see Shep in the chat. And El Hombre. Jack says ahoy. Ahoy, Jack. And people are greeting each other. Oh, Jack was on all chat, but couldn't see Grim. That's really weird. Wait, where is Grim? Is Grim Adam in the chat? Because I'm not seeing him either. Oh, I'm on top messages. Well, that's stupid. Oh, hey,
Now,
DJ Ronnie G.
now you were saying about the hunter who hunted the black cartoon bird.
Yeah, I don't.
Well,
I
the
can't
only
think of it.
cartoon hunter I can think of from like that sort of cartoon was Elmer Fudd from
Oh,
the Looney
Fish is saying
Tunes.
Elmer Thud with
Elmer
a
Fudd.
TH. But, well, Fish lives in somewhere in Scandinavia, I believe. So. Wonder if Elmer has a different name. But yeah, I like Elmer Fudd as well. I think his voice might have been based off of one of the like one of the studio execs, but I can't remember. Elmer asks who let the dogs out. Oh, Fish says yes, that was racial. He was black and naughty, and Donald was good. Duck, yes, Daffy Duck. Oh, but wait, wasn't? But Daffy was from the Looney Tunes.
Yeah.
Merry Melodies. Okay, I'm getting really confused there. I mean, that would be a good crossover to see
They should
how
do a
these
Smash Bros game, but with like Looney Tunes versus Disney. That'd be badass. And
Yeah, the
everything in
closest we've
between.
got to that was Roger Rabbit. Who Framed Roger Rabbit with Looney Tunes and Disney characters showing up?
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah,
I had to
Daffy
rewatch
Duck
that.
and
That was
Donald Duck
really
going at it while playing
groundbreaking.
piano. Mickey and Bugs showing up at the same time to harass the main character.
Yeah, that was fantastic. There'll never be anything else like it. Nah, it's sad.
Yeah, they'll never be made these in this day and age.
Yeah. I just wanted to do a sort of a shout out too to Maxwell Atoms, the guy that made the Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy. He has
Oh
got a
yeah.
Patreon, and so yeah, he just kind of updates you with his latest things. He's kind of like taking a step back from the industry and kind of trying to work on his own stuff. And he does live streams every once in a while, and you can stay tuned to when he's going to be doing those live streams on his Patreon, which I'll post a link to now in the chat.
Oh, awesome! Thanks.
And yeah, it's quite cool. Like I learned, you can message him and he answers your questions and everything. Like I asked him about the Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy game for the Wii, and I was just like, oh, was there any like content in the game that you were going to add but didn't, or something like that? And he said apparently Jeff the Spider from the cartoon was going to be added, but for whatever reason they didn't add it, probably because of like space, and
What
it would
was
have.
going to be added to what? I'm sorry.
Jeff the Spider, if you've seen the Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy cartoon, there was a spider in there, like there's an episode of it where basically there's this giant spider and it thinks Billy's its dad, and it's actually voiced by Maxwell Adams. So
Oh, really?
Yeah, so they were going to put that in the video game, that character, but it would have required to rig like a whole new skeleton for the game model, for
Oh,
the
so
character
Yeah, I can
model.
see how he'd be more complicated than any of the bipedal characters.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So that's why it never made it, sadly. But yeah, I thought that was a little bit of interesting bit of trivia, so I thought I'd share that here. And yeah, he's working on a show called The Outward Expedition at the moment, which I'm not too sure what that's about. It looks kind of wacky and weird, but as he likes to do. But it looks quite cool. He's still debating whether or not to go ahead with it because he's just trying to find his niche, like the rest of us, trying to find what's gonna, what he's comfortable creating and what's gonna work. So yeah, that's pretty cool. So there's his Patreon anyway, if you are interested. And yeah, stay up to
go
date.
ahead and say it again.
His YouTube channel is also I'll put a link to that as well because he does do live streams every once in a while. Um, he's a very cool guy. Where is the bloody chat? There it is. Maxwell's YouTube. There we go.
Well, thanks. Yeah, that's so. I don't know if they do. Do they even show reruns anymore?
I'm not sure about what Cartoon Network's doing with it. It's a damn shame. He's doing a series called like a interview sort of series, not a cartoon, but he probably will have animations sort of like in between here and there. It's called Billy and Mandy versus the entertainment industry, so that's going to be juicy when that
That
comes
sounds
out.
amusing.
Yeah, so it's
Yeah,
I'm
that
looking
sounds
forward
rather
to that.
based.
Yeah, I think it is. Because what happened was they got them all in one day and were just like, oh, you guys are all fired. That's it. And the Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy was doing fucking great. So I don't know why, like, what moron decided that was a good idea. And then they decided to go the live action route with everything. So yeah, I just
Well, that
hope,
seems
like, I
silly.
hope his independent stuff takes off, and that's why I'm just sharing the absolute shit out of it because these are the people we need to be supporting. They're brave enough to kind of snap away from that crap,
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, this live action and then this like 3D stuff that's supposed to look realistic. Like, why did we need like a remake of it? Doesn't, I mean, it doesn't harm me that there's a remake of The Lion King. I or any of these Disney franchises, because as long as the original's still available. But why did we need like? I don't think we did need these like 3D, like more realistic animal characters, because like their facial expressions, it's really hard. Like,
Yeah, they did a bunch of live action stuff, but with when it's starring, when the entire movie is starring a bunch of talking animals, you can't really do that in live action. At least not that way. I mean,
yeah,
Homeward Bound was good, but well, they just had voiceovers with the animals. They don't really move their mouths to talk.
yeah,
Not
it's really difficult to show like this sort of face, like I'm gonna say the H word, human-like facial expressions on like a cat or dog. If it's trying to look, if they're trying to make it look like a literal cat or dog, versus like the 2D animation where a lot of times things were a little more abstract.
Mm. I
I
like
don't understand this
abstract.
obsession with like kind of realism, like everything, like we're going to take this anime and make it live action. Sometimes that works. Like I don't know if it's Battlestar Alita. What was it called? I mean, Battle Angel Alita or Alita Angel. No, that got really good reviews, but
The
I
thing
think
about
like
animation is it shouldn't be like real life, really, because I
yeah,
mean it's boring and it's like you can move characters in a way that can't be moved in real life. So why the fuck would you want to try and imitate that? I find I'm really bored with most video games now because of the photorealism and just like a lot of it is just watching a cutscene before you get into it. Long gone are the days where you can just press the start button twice and bang, you're in the fucking game, you're playing it, yeah, and you're carving up. But it's like now it's just like a whole bunch of NPCs you've got to talk to before you move on, or massive long cutscene that you're not interacting with the game at all. You're just watching, and yeah, it's just I don't know. I mean, I'm in the mood for that sometimes. Don't get me wrong, but for the most part, it just takes you. I just want a fucking game. You know what I mean? Like I just want a game. I want to play
yeah,
something.
yeah. So yeah, I mean, I like the idea of it being an open world. You get to kind of choose your own like course or whatever, But if you're just like getting the same fuck like five like daily quests or whatever, like fetch quests or whatever,
Yeah.
that part can be kind of boring.
Oh.
I mean, it can be helpful to level up one's character. You get experience points, but it's just
Oh.
like that is one downside to this game I've been playing, Honkai Star Rail, which otherwise has an excellent plot about like a lot of it dealing with like memory, like the lead protagonist that one plays. Um, they don't have any they can't remember their past. They just wake up and they're on aboard a space station. And like I find it fascinating how they deal with memories, and they even have a planet. Here's a spoiler alert, but this like one planet or space station that's like that been like terraformed like a planet or whatever. Like there's this race that keeps reincarnating, but they're reincarnating and remembering their past. And so after a while they just get really, really better.
Mm.
And then they just kind of turn into like monsters because they get turned into this like monstrous type mutants because they cannot let go of all this past baggage of like being reincarnated again and again repeatedly, and they just get so better about things, and there's just all sorts of things like that having to deal with memory, and yet a lot of the daily a lot of the quests that aren't part of the main storyline, but they're just like fetch quests, are like about like, does this person want to be my friend? Well, here, take a picture of me in front of this car. This car will impress this person, and then there's an in-game camera which you can use for like taking screenshots and stuff, and you take a screenshot of the character, and then you show it to this other NPC who, of course, isn't at all impressed.
What about fetch
And I
quests?
played that same quest like it's one of the random daily quests, but I played it like a gazillion times now, and it's like,
Taking the piss?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Or like this one actress who's I can't even think of what her deal is with like this other woman. A lot of it seems like really gossipy and stuff, and here you got it, and it just doesn't fit in. It just doesn't match the characteristics of the rest of the game, which is like
I'd,
really
I'd love to see a
interesting and
game where you.
bizarre. Huh? Go ahead.
I'd love to see a game where your player's like old woman just gossiping. It'd be fucking hilarious.
That's what I feel like it is at some points in time, but then again, now I'm on this like this planet or whatever that it's a motel. It's or a hotel where people check into the hotel, and then when they go to sleep in this special like chamber, like this special machine, and it takes their dreams and like it connects everybody's dreams together, which actually did have something kind of like that on Star Trek Voyager. And but it's an amusement park within one's dream.
Mm.
And it's kind of trippy because there's all these like advertisements that show up in people's dreams, like a specific brand of soda or pop, or I don't know what they call it in New
Oh,
Zealand.
now I'm
Fizzy
really
drink.
remembering that episode of Futurama. Uh,
Another
there was an
great
episode
show.
of Futurama where Fry had a dream about a pair of underwear, which was literally just an advertisement. They had broadcast
Oh yeah.
advertisement.
Mhm.
That kind of reminds me with South Park and like that episode. The Simpsons did it. Thinking about that because, of course, Futurama was it Matt Groening? I don't know if I pronounced his name right.
Nobody ever does.
And it was like, and in South Park, like every idea, like the kids would come up. You know, the main kids on South Park would keep coming, trying to come up with ideas, and then like one of the kids would say, "The Simpsons did it."
Carmen or some or Butters was trying to come up with
Yeah,
evil plots or whatever.
yeah, and like no matter how bizarre or obscure,
His little henchman or whatever would say Simpsons did it.
yeah, yeah, and and eventually, just everybody. Your spoiler alert! All the characters just started looking like the Simpsons to Butter. I think to Butters, like Butter started like he's walking around and everything looks like the Simpsons.
That's right.
I
Yeah.
think he just like I think his mind just snapped after that, and I think it was based upon the fact that what's the guy's name's Trey and
Trey Parker and Matt Stone. Yeah.
Matt Stone, yeah, Trey Parker, Matt Stone, yeah. Because I think what that had happened to them is that they think of something really cool, and it turned out that the Simpsons had done it.
That
I
would
think
be
they might have
frustrating,
talked,
eh?
and I think they might have mentioned that in an interview. But The Simpsons been on so many decades, which South Park has been on for so long as well, but not as long as The Simpsons. The Simpsons has just done about that, just about everything. So
I
like, there's
wonder if
all this
Matt and
stuff about
Trey.
The Simpsons predicting the future and stuff. But
I wonder if Matt and Trey just give up sometimes and be like, you know what, fuck it. The Simpsons already did it, but let's do it and let's do it better. I wonder if they do that with a lot of this stuff.
well, they did a whole episode about Family Guy. Did you see that one?
Yeah, that was great. You think that's bad? That was actually perfect. I don't mind Family Guy, but like that was just man, it was awesome.
Yeah, aren't you a fan of the Family Guy? Or
Oh, right. That reminds me. I have to watch those episodes. It was the Oscars last Sunday, so I didn't watch the normal Sunday cartoons I normally do.
what? What do you typically? There's
Hmm?
Sunday cartoons you watch?
Well, there are some shows like The Simpsons and The Great North that I watch on Sundays.
I
But
haven't watched The Great North. Simpsons I haven't watched much of in years.
But they had the Oscars on instead. Oh boy.
Yeah, that's yeah. I mean, that sounds disappointing.
well, The Simpsons was a rerun anyway. But the other stuff was new.
And what was on?
Well, The Oscars were on ABC.
Oh, the Oscars. Yeah.
Yes, normally I watch Fox at the same time for some shows.
Were they showing those shows on? Oh no, they were reruns. I see.
The Simpsons was a rerun, but
Okay.
the other shows were new.
Oh, that's good. At least the other shows were new. For me, I like the reruns of the. I mean, I like the early
Yeah,
first few seasons of The Simpsons.
yeah, those are great. There's a point where it was just a 10 out of 10 just about every freaking time. And like, what I miss was there like didn't used to be as many TV channels well here back in the day. So you would go to
Yeah.
school and you could talk about the episode you watched at school that next day
Oh,
with your
yeah,
friends.
yeah. That was the
Yeah.
same way when I was a kid.
That social aspect's kind of missing now. Like I guess unless you're like, oh, did you watch that Netflix show? And they're like, no, I was probably watching something else, or just sort of like,
Yeah,
yeah,
it's
That's what
gone with so much
that's what,
content. It's literally impossible to watch it all.
yeah, that's one
oversaturated
thing I've
market.
noticed too is the audience has become so fragmented that
Yeah,
it's really hard to. It's just,
yeah, sad.
but that is kind of the ridiculous thing. Like when I start complaining about things, like even The Simpsons, like like there's just so much good stuff out there to watch that and just like decades worth of stuff that one can watch, like especially with the internet
Yeah,
or with like all these like companies that are like reissuing stuff on Blu-ray or whatever,
yeah.
or even the stuff that they show on television. We've got a I don't have it, but some people have a digital antenna now, and now we're getting like more channels on just standard antenna TV than we used to in my town. And so there's like these channels that are kind of like what TV Land used to be. I don't know if they had that in New Zealand.
No.
They had this thing called Nick at Night that was Nickelodeon would show these old TV shows
Mm.
from like say the baby boomer generation, and then eventually I think there was kind of a spinoff of that called TV Land. I think it was the same company as Nickelodeon. Could be wrong. I think it was
Oh,
kind of a spinoff.
life's too short to watch shit programming. Like I liked The Simpsons before Bart became a feminist.
Wait, is Bart a feminist now?
Oh yeah, yeah. He was a feminist now.
No, Lisa was always into. She was like she she got involved with. I think it was called Girth First, which is actually a group called Earth First. This radical environmental group. They'll like sit in like if there's an old growth forest and they're chopping down these centuries old. They're like destroying all. They're getting rid of all these century old trees. Yeah, at least they used to like sit in the tree and stuff to get you know
All right,
keep the
Lisa
company
was.
from destroying the forest. Whether or not somebody agrees with that or not. I'm just saying what they would do. But they
Yeah,
did a parody of that on The Simpsons.
yeah, it was ironic. Like Lisa sat in a tree to protect it, and doing so was actually what destroyed the tree. She had a metal bucket in the tree with her, and the metal attracted a lightning bolt, which took down the tree.
Oh yeah, yeah. Did the tree just start like? Wasn't it like a giant log that was rolling across the city, and they had like a song in the background? It's like,
It wasn't rolling; it was sliding. It was going straight instead of sideways.
yeah, okay. But did it even have like a comedic song to accompany
There
that
was
scene?
probably a song I can't remember at
I
this.
mean, that's the sort of thing where you can do with like cartoons. That's just like you can do that sort of absurd things, especially
Yeah,
with like traditional animation.
it keeps it alive. It just makes it more
Yeah.
entertaining. Yeah. I'm gonna join with this.
And I don't think you're not. That's what's really kind of missing these days. Let's see. Fish. Fish was talking about Space 1999. Is it the title of the film? Oh, that's what? Oh, that's a question. That was actually a. I think that was a TV show from the 70s. It was like kind of. I'd say kind. I don't know if it aired before I was hatched, or if I was a hatchling. At the time, I was too young to watch it. Whatever the case was, it looks like somebody's backstage or they're screen sharing or something.
Hey,
Oh,
I'm sorry. I was backstage because I decided to open up in Chrome because I wanted to share this with you and then I
oh,
better get going. But it's basically an old clip of The Simpsons, and it's still like you wouldn't get this kind of edginess now. So I'll go. Yeah, there we go.
yeah. I don't think I could show it, but you could put it in the chat
Oh, okay. Okay, it's only like 26 seconds.
with a copyright laws though, or the way that YouTube handles them, copyright laws. Like we're here we go. Simpsons did it. Simpsons did it.
Um,
And Fish has some new
yeah.
work uploaded to her channel. In general disarray. Huh? Professor Chaos and General
Okay, I'll
Disarray.
just.
Caleb, like The Simpsons, the artwork on South Park is very unique. I like the simplicity. It's actually started out as cardboard cutouts, and I believe they were like somehow digitized. It was, as we used to say back in the day. Not sure if they actually used that term. Like we're still using that term by the time the
Okay, I
South Park
dumped it in
came
the
out.
chat. All right, I'll better
Okay,
get going
thanks.
now. But
Okay,
you guys
thanks.
take care, and
Oh yeah,
yeah, I'll see you next
the
time.
StreamYard links in the chat if anybody wants to join the panel. Yeah, thanks for coming on. It was
Yeah, no
fun,
worries.
kind of reminiscing about these shows, and people can check out those shows, and they can check out your channel.
And check out Maxwell Adams's Patreon and his channel too, because yeah, he needs people like that need all the support they can get. Um, all right, catch us later.
Yeah, take care. That was cool. I think he was on like maybe a couple weeks ago, but like before then he hadn't been on for like a few months. Oh, there's that song "Turning Japanese." I wonder if that's what Fish is talking about.
Turning Japanese.
Oh,
Turning Japanese. I really think so.
yeah.
I haven't heard that song in ages.
So it sounds like Caleb posted a video in the chat. I'm sorry if you guys post stuff and I don't always highlight it, or it's a lot of stuff I'm not seeing for some reason. I don't. It's weird because Grim was sound like Grim was in the chat, and I can't even see Grim, and there's no way that Grim's hidden from the channel. So I don't. I mean, unless I hit the wrong button or something. I don't. I really apologize if. Oh, and check out the link James just posted, folks. Why, sorry, that was his name. Whose name? Wait, is somebody leaving?
I think he was talking about our panelist who we just left a moment ago.
Oh, Fish was talking about. Fish is a she, by the way, but it's
Oh,
hard to
sure.
it's hard to tell. That's what I. That's why,
Yeah, I
like,
kind
I
of just
don't.
did generic. I have no idea.
When somebody's like got a fish, I mean, it's hard to tell when like somebody's in Winch chat and they've got like most people's profile pics, or a lot of them. You really can't. There could be some. Like in the case in Fish's case, it's a fish. And so it's like, well, how do you, what gender are you going to give to a person with a fish avatar? No, cases like that, I do think,
I'm
I don't
used to
want to get
he
too
being a
political, but I
generic
do think our
term.
pronoun system is kind of confusing when it comes to like stuff like that. That was weird vid, but funny. I wonder if that was a Simpsons video. What were you saying, Kias?
Well, if he was talking about the video that was linked in the description, yes, this is a Simpsons video. And I forgot what I was saying.
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
right. I just used he as the generic. Like when I was a kid, you would use he as a generic when,
Yeah.
when you didn't know the gender of a person or whatever.
Yeah, like and I heard it, not heard it, but I read it. I mean, I read. It was like something that, yeah, I think. I mean, I think I'd hear the term, but I think it was like standard written English. You know, only like I think it was when maybe in the late '80s, early '90s, I started hearing he or she more often. But then, like later on, I don't know if it's in the 2000s, and people um, who identify as non-binary, some people were like, "Well, this is actually hurtful," saying he or she. So I think that is the problem with political correctness is the language is difficult. I mean, and that we don't always have a precise term that's really to describe a situation, and so we just kind of like try our best, with language. But I think it's kind of a conundrum. Like there's certainly like stuff that phrases that like say my like grandparents would use that when I hear what gosh, I don't want to be very careful because like Obama got accused of like throwing his grandma under the bus or whatever for like giving some sort of anecdote, but just talking about like how kind of people are older, but especially maybe we don't have many of them left anymore, but like the World War II generation, they would have grown up with certain words that like for like say ethnic groups or whatever, that if you say that nowadays people might get offended. and even like terms since I was a kid that they used to be considered correct, and now there's like debates over whether those terms are offensive or not. So it's interesting. Like like for instance, when Dr. King was during the civil rights era, or maybe go back to the 1950s, there was like a different term for black people. There were different terms like that. I don't even know if we want to say them on air right now.
Yeah, best err on the side of caution.
Yeah. But you got but you've got some of these terms like in the NAACP, like the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. You know, or there's a word that begins with an N and it sounds close to a swear word, or really, slur, And I think it was like the Spanish word for black, but it was just over time, it just became like uh, considered more and more offensive. I'm not talking about the one that's the so-called gamer word. I'm talking about one that's similar, like there was an organization called like the Negro Improvement League or whatever. No, that's not a like necessarily. That's not a word that people really are going to go around, and if you use that now, you might get in some. Well, shit. I just used it now. Anyway, I just used the words that. Hey, dogs and pups. Oh, I see Fish was saying bye to James. Fish says, I've been told Fish is masculine, which is surprising to me. Many people refuse to believe I am a female. I never use he as a generic, but I notice many people do. So in like the Scandinavian languages, Fish, it is the are the words for fish like masculine, feminine, or neuter? It might depend on the individual language. And hey, dogs and pups, welcome to the chat. Oh, and Fish says, Lorenzo, I disagree. We have terms to properly identify people if they are offended. So to be he, she, homosexual, transgender may be left out. Something I will not stop using he or she to appease. Well, the he or she thing even is something that newer though. And so like I don't know. I mean it's I only think I remember hearing that maybe in the late 80s or something. Do you know when that became popular, Gias?
No. What were you saying?
About what?
Well, you were saying when did it become? I kind of lost track of
Oh,
what you were saying.
with he and she.
Yeah.
I was wondering when that. I don't think it was very common like in the early 1980s. I think maybe it became popular in the late 80s or early 90s,
Hmm.
and now it's just common everyday speech.
Hmm.
he or she or. And Jack Stafford says when Star Trek changed were no man to no one, society went to crap. Laugh out loud. I don't. I think. I think that first season. I think the first season of Next Generation, like, I know they continue to use the no one has gone before in all the seasons,
Yeah.
but the first season especially seemed far more politically correct and kind of a. It felt like kind of a heavy-handed way, like with some of the writing, like we no longer enslave animals for food. That's I don't think that's something that Riker would say
Yeah.
in the
Especially
later
since
seasons.
later Riker showed up with eggs.
Yeah, yeah,
He had gotten real eggs for his food that he made himself.
yeah. Wasn't he like a gourmet chef, like as a
Yeah,
hobby?
he manually made the food instead of just using the
Oh, the replicate,
replicator or
yeah,
whatever.
yeah. And so the idea, and oh, Deep Space Nine. I don't think this is a major plot spoiler, but the space station commander um, starts out as he starts off as a commander, at least Cisco. He his dad lives in New Orleans and was a chef. Kind of random, but like he made like actual food. Food, traditional food. I don't think he used a replicator, if I understand it correctly. But when Star Trek Next Generation, the Next Generation came out, Gene Roddenberry had gotten very into utopianism and believing, and like maybe because a lot of people, because he had so many fans around the world, maybe he ended up getting maybe that I don't know. I'm just speculating. Maybe he got a little too into that, and I'm not talking about the vegetarian part. I've got friends who are vegetarians and vegans. I used to uh, be a vegetarian for health reasons, but I ended up becoming a junk food vegetarian, and like that actually didn't work out very well for me because I was had I been eating properly, had I taken the time to do be very careful, maybe I would have been healthier. But the issue with the Next Generation is, Roddenberry didn't, from what I had heard, Roddenberry didn't want a conflict between humans.
Yeah, Daniel keeps talking about that all the time.
Oh, does he?
Which, yeah, it seems silly to me. Like, realistically, we're always going to. Like, the only way I can think of that we can avoid having conflict between humans while still having humans around would be as if at some point they decide to genetically engineer people so they stop fighting each other. Like, there was a
Oh,
point of time in our development where being afraid of strangers was useful for our survival because of warring tribes. And that helped people survive, but we have trouble getting rid of it now that it is no longer useful.
well, I think that the a certain degree of competition, well, sometimes the competition can be negative and some can be positive. And I think it's the same thing with people with like different groups of people. Um,
Well, competition is fine. Xenophobia is another story entirely.
I think I think the issue is I think there are some serious issues like it's like there's not that many like say hunter gatherers left, but like when like okay, so if somebody steps foot in like some rainforest where there's some people who haven't been exposed to the outside, um and they don't have a bunch of domesticated animals, and then this person comes in, they're going to spread all sorts of diseases to that tribal nation, and a bunch of people are going to die off because in most modern societies we've got like all these domesticated animals, and they've got like diseases, and that was something that happened with a lot of native peoples when the peoples from Europe would go to like say the Americas. There are all sorts of diseases from like livestock, like smallpox, and it come from, I'm not sure which kind of animal. I know that was cow, like I think there was a cowpox vaccine, or
Well,
maybe there is some debate about where the vaccine came from to
no,
eradicate smallpox, but
smallpox and cowpox were two different diseases, but to your immune system, they look so similar it gets confused.
oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, true.
Cowpox is a lot less deadly than smallpox.
Yeah, and that's why they used it back when they still had live vaccines, which gosh, I think even seeing the word vaccine on there can get somebody in trouble, but oh well. All right,
Quite possibly these
no,
days.
we're not monetized, and good reason
Not
for
anymore, we're not.
it. Yeah, if we were, we wouldn't be. The most peaceful and happiest places are usually largely homogenous, says Jack Stafford. Huh, I'm not. Huh, I'm not. I would wonder how that would be studied. And so I don't see DJ Ronnie G. I hope I'm not like pressing the wrong button in StreamYard and like vanishing people from or banishing people from the chat.
Hmm.
Because but humankind still uses man as the root, unless we are going to say person kind. So that's the deal, is man meant human originally, and then if somebody was male, instead of calling that person a man, I think they were called a were, which doesn't exactly make sense with the word werewolf, that man wolf, because I think a werewolf could be a she, but guess that's besides the point. And then the word for woman was, I don't know if it was pronounced wife or whiff or how it was pronounced. And then the word man was added, but as in human. And it, not man, but mun. The word mun, like human, or I think mun was like the word for, but it's, we'd spell it man, like penmanship. It just meant human. And so woman was from like the word same, it's WYF. And I think how we'd spell today, I don't even know with like old English spelling how it was exactly spelled, because there's a lot of letters that we don't have anymore in the English alphabet. Go back far enough, I think English might have been written like in runic characters, but even after that, the old English still had some letters that weren't part of the standard Latin alphabet. But yeah, for some reason, like whiff or wife man or what however that was pronounced. Yeah, so wife or whiff or whatever became wife or whiff man. So like woman per human or for some reason. I don't know why. And then where got replaced by what how we now pronounce man. So now we got man and woman and that kind of threw off the English language because there's all these terms that have actually mun is the root word, but it's spelled the same way as man, like penmanship. You've got all these leftover words, which are now some people deem as sexist. I've actually thought about that before, like how clunky it would be to say pen person ship or pen human ship or something like that.
Yeah, man, it's just short and simple. That's probably a major part of its popularity. It's basically just a syllable. Well, we don't have a simple word for saying person.
This is interesting. Looking at the chat, when Star Trek, okay, Jack, yes, I noticed that about Star Trek. I actually like the change. Though the change from no man to no one. Fish likes the change. Man means mankind. Everyone is included. Maybe that should be pronounced man then in that case. Because that's harder to mistake. Maybe it could be mankind, like humankind, or penmanship. They had men in skirts in the first season of Next Generation. Laugh out loud. Gay, says Jack Stafford. Well, there are some cultures where men wear things that that's like, well, in Scotland, in the Scottish Highlands, and it was just like, I think it was a fairly recent phenomenon. And, well, Jack, you know about the British Isles, but and I think I'm sure he has you, and everybody in the chat knows. Like, so there's those kilts, and I don't think it even was an ancient tradition. I think it might only go back a few hundred years. I could be wrong, or at least in the current form. It was like it could have been like what I had heard. I could be totally wrong. Was it was about like the Scottish Highlanders, or I'm thinking of the movie and TV show, but that they were coming. They were emphasizing their own culture and to distinguish themselves. I think they started wearing kilts. And Jack says, but humankind still uses man as a root unless we are going to say personkind. So he says, Jack, you are so right, heck. Like the pup says, do they have Mr. Spock in the Next Generation? And so now there were some episodes with Spock. Maybe that's I don't know how far you've gotten into the Next Generation. Yes.
Uh, 2 or 3 seasons. I d- Even before I started watching it, I knew Spock showed up in Next Generation.
Okay.
A coworker of mine told me that years ago,
Oh,
well before well before Hulu was the thing.
wasn't that before you were even interested in Star Trek or new or
Yes,
watching? Oh, yeah. So
she told me that before I even considered watching Star Trek.
that's interesting that she mentioned that, and even though
Well, she had some reason for saying it, but I don't remember what it was now.
Jack says, I still say waiter, stewardess, postman. Oh yeah, postman's like kind of a. I consider that more of kind of a regional variant. Like mailman's a regional variant too. I mean, they're standard English, but is it postman or postman? But it's I think maybe used a little more in Canada than in like say here in Michigan where I live. I very rarely hear the term. But wasn't there? I think there was like a movie or a book or maybe both called the Postman. Postman knocks twice, something like that. I've decided I'm going to use my words, says Jack. If other people can invent their own,
Well, people do invent their own words. Do you know the origin of the word freelancer?
no,
It's
that's
from a
interesting.
book. Basically, it was a term
Never
for
heard.
mercenaries who had, they offered their lances to whoever paid the most. Since it was a setting where, they would fight with lances.
Interesting.
It eventually became a compound word or a single word.
In the word mercenaries, like an interesting term in that there's these group of saints that are known as like this type of saint that's known as I think an unmercenary or non-mercenary or something like that. They were like they'd go around and they were believed to have like healed people or whatever, and they I shouldn't say or whatever, but I'm not sure exactly what they would do, but like I don't know if they were like doctors or faith healers, but they wouldn't charge money for their services. I think they were called unmercenaries. So that would be interesting. Like, is mercenary can like connected to the word merchant? Like, did mercenary originally mean someone just like charging money and
Mm.
then take on like a kind of like soldier for hire type term later on in English, or maybe in a different language? Mercenary meant one thing. I don't know. I guess I could look that up. Fish says no, DJ. I don't think so. I get the names of Star Trek shows mixed up, and there are so many. So I'm not seeing DJ Ronnie G in the chat though. Oh, I see. I think Fish was talking to Dogs and Pups. Fish is Jack Kudos. I'm not sure. Was that about Stranger Danger? Still is a thing, definitely. Oh yeah, we were talking about fear, like xenophobia. I, I, yeah, I don't nowadays. Um, I'd say one's cultural attitude. Oh gosh, this is. being controversial, but I think people's cultural attitudes, even, and this could even be the difference between city folk and country folk, like you in here in the States or up in Canada or whatever. I think that could be a bigger, difference than, say, in some ways, than, like, say, what race somebody is. Like Eminem, rapper Eminem, he's from my home state of Michigan, and
I
he
didn't know.
grew up in, was it 8 Mile Road in Detroit. So, and he's a rapper, and so that's a different type of thing than, like, we, there are rappers where I live, but it's like not like Traverse City, Michigan. It was not like a place known for, like, say, rap music or like rhythm and blues or whatever. There's a lot. So there are, like, different, like, cultural elements, and there can be, like, different cultural differences that one uh, might need to be mindful when interacting with people of other cultures, and by culture, like, including, like, uh, not necessarily people of any particular race, but, like, if you go to certain countries, even if it's a multiracial country, there's certain hand gestures that are considered okay in the United States or Canada, and you go to somewhere in Europe, and it might be completely offensive.
I see.
It could be just like, and I can't think of any example, but, like, there's something that's kind of like giving someone the middle finger here in the U.S., and I'd say Canada as well. Um, Maybe that symbol means something different in some other culture. Like some people, like even some Americans, we like use their, like, I think my grandpa used his middle finger just as a pointing finger or whatever. But you go to some other country, and it might be some other hand gesture that's really offensive, or on like Voyager, Star Trek Voyager. To go back to Star Trek, um, minor plot spoiler: Captain Janeway, she puts her hands on her hips, and I think even in American culture that can be seen as a sign that somebody's maybe upset or something. And just her doing that just innocently, all of a sudden offends these aliens. And I think there was a very precise grading that Captain Picard had to use on an episode of The Next Generation to greet these aliens. So I think there are, like, intercultural issues that it's good to be aware of. But I don't think it's productive to hate people based on their differences. And not every and then, especially when there's, like, skin color, or let's say someone's a member of an ethnic group, but like they are part of, like say, mainstream American culture, just because they're like might be of, let's say, Korean ancestry doesn't mean that they're going to practice like necessarily practice everything that people practice in Korea, or whatever,
Mhm.
or eat the same kinds of food, or even, you know, uh, like I have Korean friends, they don't, you know, well, I've got different Asian friends and from different ethnic backgrounds, and but different friends from different backgrounds. Some of them will speak with an ethnic accent. Some of them speak with whatever accent is common in the area.
Let's see.
Or like, let's say Daniel. I don't know where Daniel is. Like, he didn't grow up learning Spanish. He had to, I think he had to study it when he got older.
He says where he's from all the time.
Yeah, yeah. I know he says that he's from like Texas. I just don't know where. I don't know where he is tonight. I mean, I know he's from Texas, Texican. But like, I've heard that can be an issue. Like in Japan, if somebody's of mixed race, somebody might walk up to them and start speaking English or something, and it's instead of Japanese.
Hmm.
Even if that person might not speak English, or might not speak it that well, even if their mom or dad was from America or whatever, but they grew up in Japan, they might only or mainly speak Japanese. I've seen YouTube videos about this. Um, the most, yeah, okay. Fish says, Jack, true homogeneous places are usually islands in very small countries. Yeah, there's a like somebody if somebody went to Germany, like different regions of Germany have different regional cultures and languages, and I think it's the same way with Poland. There's different groups of people who live in the mountains, and they speak their own, they have their own traditional languages, and it's I think that can be, or the United Kingdom, which Jack, I believe, is familiar with. It's go to the northern part of England, and they're speaking what some linguists consider to be a different language. Like um, it's closer to what the Angles spoke, the Angle tribe, whereas like around Oxford and like southern England, that's Saxon. That's what, yeah. It's based off of Saxon. You got a lot of like other words from other languages that have been that were like you had the Norman French invaders, from Normandy, and then they added a lot of French words, and like scholars at Oxford and it added a bunch of like loan words to English from like French, Latin, Greek, etc. And like we got a lot of words that with SK, like sky. A lot of those words are from uh, the Scandinavians who like invaded or settled the British Isles, like the Vikings. Um, who spoke Old Norse, which is similar to Icelandic. The list of happiness and low crime, the countries at the top are generally similar background, religions, etc. According to Jack Stafford, with lots of civil strife, terrorism, etc., different backgrounds clashing. And then he says in general. Yeah, I don't know. I think things. Switzerland's an interesting example of there's now that's a small country, but that has can't remember if it's like something like 3 official languages as well as Romansh, which might be like a labeled national language, and it's got these different states or where the cantons or cantons. That's an interesting place though, because I think there's a lot of regional autonomy, and yet Switzerland, even though there's different regions with regional cultures, and I think there's quite a bit of like direct democracy too, and people making decisions that might in other countries be like the parliament or whatever handles those issues, but or city council or whatever. But Switzerland seems like a pretty stable country to me. And they're one that was actually able to fight off both anybody who invaded their airspace in World War II. Any plane, whether it would be what we consider in the U.S. the Allies, or if it was what we'd consider the Axis powers, either side, because Switzerland was neutral. The Swiss Army, which would, if they felt threatened, they'd shoot a plane down. I mean, they never. I mean, they were never conquered during World War II. Now, some of that might be because they were, because of their banking system and everybody, maybe people wanted that. Maybe the other nations wanted like that neutrality for the place where they stored their money. But I think it's interesting, though, that despite all these different regional languages, the Swiss were able to keep their country from being invaded. And Jack says, so I've heard a lot of these arguments before. Japan, the Scandinavian countries, Australia, etc., with large populations in urban areas, pretty homogenous, peaceful, and wealthy. And Fish says, Jack, Japan and Norway are at the top of the list for being homogenous. Both countries, 99% atheist, but have extremely strict social rules, making the country homogenous. Well, I've heard that Singapore, there are like a lot of strict rules. Like, remember when that kid got his butt caned, the young person? This young American kid went over to Singapore, and he ended up spray painting something with graffiti, and I think they bring in a martial artist to do the caning, but the caning itself is an old British colonial tradition. So maybe the country, I don't know, Singapore very well could be a very safe country. I don't really know much about it, but I think they were like, I could be wrong, but I think I heard there were cameras in the restrooms to make sure people flush the toilet and stuff. So it's like things can be safe, safer in some ways, but like the thing is, what is the question is, and I think it's up to each society to determine is that trade-off worth it. I personally don't feel like it's necessarily my job as an American to go over to another country and start dictating what people do. But it's just interesting because, and Fish was laughing because they were basically, Jack and Fish were basically saying the same thing, it sounded like. And the Dogs and Pups says that's where the Loch Ness Monster is. Maybe that's from when I mentioned Scotland. Okay. Jack said, I'm not saying these countries are better, just rate high on peaceful best cities, etc. Oh yeah, that's one of those things though where it's like people like maybe take a quiz or something, and then I don't know how they determine that. Doc Loch Ness is really, understand. Jack can agree, says Fish. Better not at all better. Those countries we mentioned do have social issues also. Yeah. So there's going to be pros and cons to anything. There was a Kevin Costner movie called The Postman. Shit, I'm that far behind the chat. Okay. The Postman rings twice. The Postman was a futurist, right, Jack? Yes, Fish. Not the same movie as The Postman ring twice. Jack says, yeah, the future. They didn't call it non-binary mail carrier. Well, that's, yeah, First goes Burt Reynolds. Wrote typed a message in the keyboard, a bunch of gibberish, bunch of random letters. Age is a factor in how we use our words, Lorenzo. Yeah, it can also depend on if somebody's from like a rural area, they could have, in some cases, be using, not everybody, but some people could be using a lot of words that are considered old-fashioned, like in like maybe urban areas, and there could be just regional terms that might not like in Appalachia or Appalachia. There's influence from, say, like Scots English and in different, probably different influences from the different peoples who settled there. But then there's words that I think might be very unique because it's an isolated area. Running Man, Demolition Man, etc., all feature laugh out loud, said Jack. But a word they never want to take the man out of, gunmen or manslaughter. For negative things, they are silent. So apparently, yeah. Well, there's a lot of stuff in the chat. Fish had said that first Burt Reynolds' cat was smart, and said smart, and he responded that the cat was smart enough to climb on that kitchen counter. Yeah, cats. I think because cats are so small, maybe humans didn't mind that they were so bouncy. But like foxes, I think only fairly recently have foxes started like catching on a little bit as pets. But like if you got like a fox, and if it's and it's like jumping on your table and stuff, that might be an issue. Or if you've got like a savannah cat, it's like part serval, and that giant thing climbs climbs up really high, and you might have a hard time getting that cat down. Fish mentions the women are being discriminated against because there's no term woman slaughter. And Jack says backwards peace symbol is the middle finger in the UK. The OK symbol means you're an a-hole in Germany. Yeah, and some people are saying that the OK symbol in the US means that a person's a racist, which I think was something that started as a joke on 4chan with some trolls, but I could be wrong. Oh, wow. Fish is saying at least the cat stays off the stove. I hope that's the case with a Force Ghost cat. They worry about words when the real problems are out there. I don't know. I think words can be linked to problems and to solutions. I mean, the way that we think about things. I guess there's a debate in linguistics as far as thoughts and whether or not the words determine our thoughts, or if our thoughts already exist, and then we kind of have to try to pick the close enough word. Or it could be a combination of both. And Fish is talking about a certain word for cigarette. I'm not going to say what it is. It's because in America, Canada, it's a slur against gay people, so I'm not going to say that word. And so, but they use it in Oslo. Oslo, is that Norway or Sweden or Denmark? I'm trying to remember. I enjoy language, which is why I hate when people abuse it, says Jack. So Spanish-speaking people in the States are supposed to assign gender to a table, but not a person. Got it? Laugh out loud. Jack, other Romance language have gender thing too, making them hard to perfect. Coffee, anyone? Well, I think most Indo-European languages do have linguistic gender. Dutch does, but I think Afrikaans, which is an offshoot language spoken in South Africa, I think that language eliminated just that doesn't have grammatical gender, like English no longer has grammatical gender. Could be wrong. Yeah, UK and Ireland are at a tipping point. Both have prime ministers from South Asia, Mayor of London too. Many don't feel they represent the majority. I don't think it has to do with one's race. I think it has to do with there's plenty of British people who are of Indian ancestry and practice the Sikh, or is it Sikh? I'm trying to think of how that's pronounced properly. Religion, and they do really well in the UK. And Fish's friend said they speak 500 languages in the country of Nigeria, not homogenous at all. Yeah, so I actually follow news channels from all the continents except for Antarctica. And I remember watching Nigerian, I think it was a Nigerian television station, though there's some stations that will have like a lot of foreign news on there that could be based out of like some other country than the country that they're covering. But I remember somebody in a public official saying that Nigeria is a multicultural society. I think that very much is the case because they have different tribal. When in the U.S. we'd call it tribal nations, but they speak what's known as a lot of people speak what's known as pidgin, Nigerian pidgin, or I think Niger is another word for it. And it's no longer even a pidgin anymore. It's not. I think it's an expanded pidgin or Creole language. It's a full-fledged language in its own right. Pidgin's typically simplified language where people don't typically speak that as their, if they speak it as their native language, it's, I think, considered a Creole. Or if it's maybe not native language, but it's more complex than a pidgin, it's an expanded pidgin. I think and I'm not sure what Jack was saying, maybe not linguistically, but racially, many traditions, similar religions, just like Switzerland, yes, there are some variations, but most have similar regions, racial backgrounds. Well, I didn't know this conversation would go on that long. And of course, I'm reading messages from a long time ago. Chat. Hey, Liam, welcome to the chat. You think a person from China or Iceland would be effective leader of Nigeria? I guess, yeah, that's kind of making me nervous, that topic. And they're just going into this discussion about stuff I'd rather not cover. Fish said Orwell is cool. At some point in time, Fish said that I was way behind in the chat. And Fish could have even said that a long time ago. Hey, Timbergany, welcome to the chat. Sorry if I'm late noticing you. Oh, it sounds like it's just in and out audios. Maybe just stop by to say hi. Okay, so Jack got to a good point. I like diversity, but I think there needs to be some common touch points for a country to be united in purpose. That's how America ended up with the Pledge of Allegiance. which what one thinks of that is, some people really, a lot of Americans recite it. Some Americans don't like it. There was controversy when the word under God was added. The guy who came up with it was a minister, but he didn't have God in the under God part in Pledge of Allegiance. That came about in the 1950s during McCarthyism and the second Red Scare. There had been one previously, which in the first Red Scare, I believe, is what led to the Pledge of Allegiance. There were a lot of people from certain parts of Europe that came over who were maybe communists, some were anarchists, and a lot of these economic terminology and political systems could mean like totally different things depending on who's saying what. I mean, who's using the term. I don't even necessarily find a lot of this terminology productive. Like I had a discussion online many years ago on a discussion online discussion forum with some people who I think described themselves as either libertarian or anarcho-capitalist, and even within there, even those terms don't. I mean, that covers a lot of grounds. But I found that like what I was calling capitalism, like say that with like corporate, this maybe I'll say corporate capitalism or whatever, they were calling socialism because they were talking about the corporate welfare aspect. So we were having like some argument like for a few days, and like then I just realized I was using terminology that they didn't recognize, and they didn't recognize my terminology. So it's like so I think that's the problem with language. Sex says all ANCAPs are libertarians, not all libertarians are ANCAPs. Yeah, that's true. I mean, though a libertarian socialist might not consider an ANCAP to be a libertarian or an anarchist. So it's really complicated. But I think all these terms can really. I think language can be extremely divisive, and just how people someone uses the term differently can just lead to just a ridiculous amount of arguing. Like my example of like I was on some online forum, and it turned out like neither I nor the people I was talking to when say a company was a large company was receiving what they believe it would, all of us in the conversation believed was an unfair advantage because of like say some tax break that maybe the average business owner might not get that sort of tax break. Now the other thing though, on the other hand, it could be argued that we need these big companies, and so might make sense to give, say, a large manufacturing company a tax break or whatever, because that brings jobs to your region. I know there's always multiple sides to the situation. Jack, but believing in freedom is relative cause. What is freedom? Oh, so Jack said that he believed in I think he was basically saying that he likes diversity, but there needs to be common touch points for a country to be united in purpose. And one of the things he mentioned was freedom. And then, of course, there's an argument over what freedom is. And Czech's giving says tax break. The state agrees to steal less from you because it's self-serving. So that's an interesting thing. Yeah, I'm not going to even go into the argument over like taxation and like the old anarchist and libertarian thing was that they thought that there were theorists like going back a long ways who were saying that taxation is theft. I'm not. I think this would probably be the wrong. I think I kind of stepped into some controversial topics to begin with. I'm not saying you can't say that, Chuck, or anything like that. I'm just saying. I think we lost. I haven't heard Diaz. I haven't heard you say anything in a long time.
Yeah, I'm totally lost with this conversation. I don't really have anything to offer, so I didn't say anything.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, it's always confusing as far as I want the chat to be part of the show, but even the people in the chat are going to at some point be like, okay, so you're like, if I'm reading each and every message, then I'm going to end up so far behind with the chat that it's also going to make it very difficult for my co-host you as my co-host to even be able to say anything. So I apologize for I still haven't worked out a sense of balance.
Yeah, that can be tricky.
Yeah, it's especially with this show. Like sometimes the chat is just really, really active, and then there will be like times where we might like go an hour and there's hardly anything in the chat. Maybe 1 week a stream might get like 100 views. Another week it might get like 300 views.
Speaking of which, I noticed last week's video seems to be gone.
Yeah. I'm going to have to edit that because something happened at the end of the video. I'm not going to say I'm not going to say on air what happened because I don't want to encourage copycats, but that kind of something happened. And I think most people will be glad with most types of censorship. I'm not a big fan of censorship, but I think most people who saw what they saw wish they could unsee it. So I'm just going to leave it at that.
Everything
It's
has
like,
its place.
huh?
Everything has its place.
Yeah, it's kind of like with editing movies. You don't want to like have every single. You don't. Maybe somebody does want to watch like hours and hours of raw footage from the set of a movie where people are saying the same line over and over again or whatever. But
Well,
generally, it's good to have a good editor.
yeah, admittedly, yes. You don't really want to have every single outtake in the film because it would be several times long because, they might do the same scene a dozen times.
Yeah,
But there's also scenes that are cut out entirely, not just duplicates, but we never see any of them.
yeah. The Wizard of Oz had a song, "The Jitterbug," and I don't know if you've seen any of the. It started with one of the anniversary editions of VHS cassette. I'm not sure if it was on DVD or Blu-ray as extra scenes, but I think the Jitterbug was originally released as VHS. I know there's an extended scene with that there was like a variant of it had something to do with a scarecrow, and that that was initially cut from the movie, but they actually found the footage for that. Whereas they have the song to the Jitterbug, and there's the photos, but I don't think anybody's found any footage of people of um wanted to say video, but it's a film. The actual, moving, motion pictures, or whatever of people of this that scene, the jitterbug scene. So we don't have the sequential. What is that called? I can't even think of it. The term.
I have no idea.
Basically, it's like a video, but it was, we don't have that. We just have pictures, still images from the set where uh, the Wizard of Oz, where Judy Garland singing the Jitterbug. But I think they're trying to remember if there was a dance that went along with it or not. I mean, I know there was a Jitterbug dance that was popular back in the day.
I was just thinking of Dad's Army. There are some lost episodes. My dad is a fan of Dad's Army. Are you familiar with that at all?
No.
Well, it stars a group of soldiers in the Home Guard, which they aren't really soldiers. They're basically just a volunteer army.
I'm gonna have to step out of the room, but if you keep talking, I'm gonna bring the phone with me.
Okay.
Okay, because I want to hear what you're saying. Let's see.
Well, the general premise is that they were the Home Guard, England's Home Guard, who was basically meant to just do patrol and at best maybe delay a German invasion long enough for the real army to show up. And he was a fan of it, and it was, of course, an old British TV show, and that also meant old British TV show budget. And they've also, lost episodes over the years, it was later brought back for Netflix. And some episodes they have no footage at all, just the scripts. Some that, like one episode, they had the audio for, but not any footage, so they animated it. That was a bit amusing. They tried bringing it back as best they could. At one point they also made a movie. Like, they cast new actors to fulfill the roles. I don't think that's it. Also, they had this thing where this one actor would frequently forget his lines. He'd mess them up or whatever, and he did it so often that they, rather than wasting the footage trying to edit that out, they just made it part of his character where he would say something wrong, think about it for a moment, then correct himself. It was amusing. One of the actors died during filming of an episode. He just said he was taking leave and never heard from him again. They could have put him in the real army.
So was this the plot to the show that there's a character who?
Well, the plot to the show was that they were supposed to be defending England from, potential Nazi attack, but they were also a bunch of old guys who could not make it into the real army.
I see. And so, but there, what now? What was there a character who would say things that were inappropriate, and he had to?
No, he didn't say things that were inappropriate. He would screw up his lines.
Oh, okay, I see. And it would have to be edited out.
It would have to be edited out. It would be an outtake reel these days, but film was expensive back then.
Oh, yeah.
So they just had him. They decided to just make it part of his character where he would screw up lines. Where he would,
Well, that's brilliant. Yeah, that's.
I mean, in real life, people would all the time, mess up what they're saying.
Oh, definitely. That's a lot of what I do in the show. I'll admit that. Well, welcome back, Caleb. So that's interesting, though. Did you have anything else about the show? Because they got me thinking about Doctor Who and how they lost a lot of.
Yeah,
they've got some of the they animate. I think they animated some. They had the audio for some of it, and they animated some of it. And I didn't know they had done that with other shows, but it makes sense. I know it's common to. Some shows were on tapes. I don't know if Dad's Army was. Some you said it was on film, but
yeah,
either or is expensive. So with things that were on tape, sometimes the tape, if it was on a tape, then sometimes the tape itself would be
taped over,
wiped. Yeah, but like say with the Wizard of Oz, I think that was on actual film, but then it was actual film, and then but some of that film was lost. That once they edited it down for, I think some of it was just the movie would have been like perceived as way too long. But that's interesting though that because I haven't heard of this show. Glad I'm glad people went back and took the time to animate certain episodes. And it's sad though that there's lost footage.
Yeah.
And that's interesting because So there's episodes that are lost, and it's something that's like an unfortunate thing. But then there were things where initially the actor would say things, and it was deemed good to edit it out, and then they decided not to. So that is interesting because there's a couple of different things with.
Well, it would waste film, so
Yeah,
they'd have to. When he said something wrong, they'd have to shoot this. They'd have to start the scene over again.
It said that with a show where they were so concerned about wasting film, it's unfortunate that some of that film was lost. I mean, some of the episodes were lost.
Early days, people didn't think reruns were that important. Like people didn't want to see reruns.
Yeah. I know there's times something will go decades without being popular, like, or maybe starts out popular, or even start out unpopular, like the movie Freaks wasn't popular until I mean, it was, I think, removed from the theater after like 2 weeks.
Yeah, ever heard of a movie called The Room?
That sounds familiar. What's that about? Is that a horror
I have
movie?
no idea.
Oh, okay. Well, the movie Freaks started out as it was about these circus sideshow performers, but then that's what they just called them, was freaks at the time. But when it debuted, it was an MGM movie, but when it debuted, people hated the movie. People just freaked out. Excuse the pun. The audience at the time, but then during the 1960s, it became kind of a cult classic, and I really like the movie because it shows these disabled circus performers as real life people with love interests and flaws, and I mean, like, I'm not like talking about like disabilities or whatever and calling that. I'm just calling that a flaw. I'm talking, just talking about, just love and hate and all this stuff. And but I think people weren't really ready for that movie. When it might have been let's see, might have been the 1940s, and I just think it was really interesting storyline, and of course there's some newer movie from 2018 called Freaks, but it was I think it's fascinating now to look back, especially since they got rid of the circus side shows. And I think I watched a documentary about that as well. The movie Freaks, that was a drama, but I was watching. It might have been the band The Residents. It might have been like a documentary that the band The Residents did, because they're an experimental music band, but that they did an album about like circus side shows. But it might not have been that. It might have been some other, because it had a video that accompanied it, but it could have been something else that there are a lot of disabled people who were, when like society was like, it got to be, just kind of gawking at disabled people. That's really not, that's not politically correct. On the other hand, that left all of a sudden, if you, okay, we're not going to have any these sideshows, at least with humans. But there we had like thing when I was a kid. There were like circuses where they'd like have an animal that was exotic animal or had somehow deformed or whatever. Or this one circus had like even a supposed unicorn thing, creature, and it was. I think they had performed some sort of surgery on the creature, which is kind of sad. But yeah, when they got rid of the sideshows, then this disabled people who had
Yeah,
been,
it's
they didn't have any. They were left without necessarily having a job,
yeah.
which
Didn't think of that once when they did that. They banned that.
and also like now the movie. I don't know if it's at all accurate, but it depicted the there being like a whole subculture, and I think there is a carny subculture. So I don't know if the disabled circus performers had their own subculture as well. And that was different than say because I think I think carnival workers have their own like culture and Blu-ray is far better quality picture, like in a movie theater, up to 10 times superior. I'm not wondering what that was in response to.
Yeah, it seems kind of out of nowhere.
Oh, I see. Here's oh, I see. Remember DVDs when they used to offer alternate camera angles, deleted scenes inserted in the movie? Now you're lucky to even get a director's commentary. Jack watched. Oh yeah, and Fish says so. That's what Jack had said, and Fish says, Jack, yes, I used to love the extra clips and DVDs. Jack said he watched every second of many hours of extras on his treasured Trek and Star Wars DVDs. And he said, sigh. And there's some side conversation about communism. That's probably for a different discussion. But folks, I mean, I'm not going to censor people in the chat for discussing that. The Blu-rays are better, says Jack. The resolution, of course, but the DVDs have far superior features, even changeable menu backgrounds. Yeah, I wonder why they don't have that with Blu-ray. They've got so much store so much more data.
Well, I think originally it was, kind of a gimmick. These DVD extras and deleted scenes
Yeah,
and stuff that you wouldn't be able to get with a VHS. Like with a VHS, you get like maybe some trailers at the beginning that you
yeah,
just fast forward through if you don't like them.
yeah. You might end up getting some ads to some other movies, even though you paid for the VHS.
Well,
Good,
of
or if you're
course, with
renting it, maybe. I don't.
VHS, you could just fast forward through. Like,
Yeah,
there's no way to stop you.
but you were seeing with DVDs.
Well, with DVDs, you got a menu and everything with more options. You can go see the trailers if you want to see them. You can see the trailers for the movie you've got already. You can see the deleted scenes, and there's the commentary version,
Yeah, the
and
commentary
all
track.
sorts of things that you wouldn't be able to get on the VHS. And this could be considered a marketing gimmick for getting people
Yeah.
away from the VHS market.
And I think you can still do that with Blu-rays, but you don't. But I forgot about the different camera angles. Not sure how often that was utilized, but do you know anything about that?
I'm not familiar with
I,
that.
I think I remember hearing something about it, but I don't remember having DVDs with different camera angles.
Yeah, I don't recall that either.
But the DVD. So apparently the DVDs had far superior features, even changeable menu backgrounds, and then and yeah, and Jack clarified to Fish that he wasn't talking about watching Star Trek episodes that way. No, I'd watch I'd want to see the director's commentary. I wouldn't mind some director's commentary on some of these episodes that I've seen a bunch of times. But he's talking about the Star Trek uh, movies, um, the commentary. Yeah, the alternate camera angles sound pretty neat. That's
Neat, but they also sound like expensive to make.
yeah. It'll be or the changeable backgrounds. That's that seems like it would be more doable, but it sounds like you can't really. I don't know if
Or
sounds like
backgrounds
the
in the
feature's
menu.
just
I
not
mean,
available with Blu-ray.
anyway, back once when VHS was still, in competition, there's more incentive to have these extras to bring people in. But after, the store, I'm not really sure what you would call it. The format wars, was it? Died out with,
Yeah,
VHS.
that would be a kind of a format war,
Yeah.
kind of like
VHS
with
won the
records
format war
and
of its time, but then when discs started coming out, DVD replaced it eventually.
yeah, CDs. I don't know if CDs really, if compact discs really.
Well, I said discs. I was referring to
Yeah, but I'm
discs in
saying like
general. Like,
CDs and records and tapes. There was kind of a format war going on there too, but I don't know if you I don't remember if maybe you'd sometimes get extra tracks on CDs or I don't know. Didn't seem like it was really as much of a format like I don't think you had as much extras as with like typically as with a DVD where it could totally change the way you watched a movie.
hmm,
I mean, you could be watching it and just have the director's commentary, or be watching it with you know English or Japanese or any number of languages that you can just switch the languages around and switch. With some of them, like there's a like a color and a black and colorized and a black and white version or whatever. Whereas if you had a VHS cassette, unless maybe you bought like some sort of set of them, or you bought like one version that was the black and white and one that's the colorized version or whatever, or they were included or whatever, you're kind of stuck. I mean, they did have extra scenes in that Wizard of Oz VHS cassette. That was one of the first VHS cassettes I remember that had extra scenes. But I get what you're saying. They would throw in all sorts of extra goodies, and some of them were kind of like gimmicks.
yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to keep interrupting you there.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I also miss the Easter eggs. DVDs would have these hidden little things. You have to find them just the right way to access these hidden little gags or hidden scenes or whatever. They kind of just stopped showing up after a while.
I remember Public Enemy had a CD where there was a hidden track where you had to. It's really weird. I don't remember somebody had to kind of rewind, not rewind, but whatever. If they had to skip forward, maybe skip forward in a track or skip backwards or whatever, and then there was like this hidden message. It was on Apocalypse 91, The Enemy Strikes Black was the name of the. So I don't know if they had that on the album. So, but with the DVD, you could have all sorts of gimmicks because it was both audio and visual. Sorry, was there more you wanted to say about that? I didn't.
It's just that they, after a while, they stopped doing that sort of thing altogether. And, VHS became obsolete. They stopped producing as many of them, and they weren't competition for the DVDs anymore. Like with the Blu-ray and with a DVD and a VHS, you had two versions of the same thing you could possibly get. So, there needed some incentive to go for the more expensive Blu-ray or DVD option. And of course, Blu-rays had similar things, but you know, Blu-ray's advantage was basically doing quality, since they're basically a similar format. There's nothing stopping the DVD from doing the same Easter eggs as the Blu-ray, so that wasn't a factor anymore.
I don't know why I don't know why Blu-rays don't have changeable menu screens. Or you're saying you think it's because the focus was more on the picture quality than.
Well, I was talking about the decline of special features and everything. Like there was less reason to do so once when
Oh,
the
because
competition
VHS
died
no
out.
longer existed.
Yes, because VHS no longer existed. They didn't need to give you incentives to choose them over the competition because the competition was gone.
They really should put more stuff on Blu-rays than they did on DVDs. But I guess the picture quality was so much. Well, if you had a big TV, especially in high resolution TV, um, no, a DVD upscaled can look pretty good. But the first time so when I saw Gojira, the original Japanese Godzilla with their subtitles. But when I saw that when it was reissued on DVD, um, and then I saw it was shown at the art gallery at an art gallery in town. I definitely could see that because it was a DVD, uh, not a Blu-ray, and definitely not the like Ultra Blu-ray or whatever that we have now. It did look pixelated.
Yeah,
Wasn't big
older
screen.
films would be have harder time
Yeah.
converting them. Like camera technology has greatly improved since then.
Yeah, but yeah, and this was, and this was DVD where it just wasn't meant to be blown up and projected onto the screen. It wasn't a giant screen like at a movie theater, but it was like bigger than like it was not only a big thing, but it might have been like the resolution. I guess once they started having like say monitors that were high resolution, then and the lower resolution thing, um, especially with flat screens, the higher resolution doesn't really. You need like special software or hardware that upscales it to make it look not so pixelated. Like versus like if it was like a cathode ray TV or something, like we used to have, it would be different. Now this was being shown on a projector, so I'm not quite sure what the issue was there, but it still looked blocky because it was a DVD, and the DVD wasn't supposed to be like viewed in that much like detail or whatever, you know, wasn't wasn't intended when they came out with the format, or they didn't, or just the limitations of the technology. It wasn't like it was something that looked, just looks blocky when it's enlarged. Didn't ruin the movie though. But I imagine if it had been a Blu-ray, or especially like the Ultra Blu-rays, uh, it would have looked a lot more like a traditional film to me, probably. Um, I used to print out all the Easter egg codes at the library, says Jack, then go home and pop in the disc to watch them. Laugh out loud. Oh, Jack says for a fan or a completist, the alt in
Kind of
quotation
wonder.
angles are seen and scenes are important, but not a casual watcher who is doing through or other things at the same time. Laugh out loud. What do you think he is?
Well, I was wondering if that's another reason why Easter eggs have declined, because you could just go online and look them up. Like there used to be this whole thing about hunting down the Easter eggs and finding them yourself. Like Excel Saga, I got the box set and found there were a bunch of Easter eggs on there. And I spent a good deal of time, just in the various menus, uh, pressing buttons randomly or systematic system, just to try to stumble upon some place where the cursor shouldn't be able to go, just so I could find the Easter eggs.
For was this games or what? Sorry.
Excel Saga, it was a anime. It was a
Oh,
parody, loosely based on a manga. Like the manga of Excel Saga was Excel and Hyatt trying to take over the world for their nebulous evil organization, but Excel is incredibly insane and hyperactive, and mostly doing this because she's infatuated with her boss, who doesn't give her the time of day. Whereas Hyatt is incredibly weak and sickly and dies all the time, but keeps coming back to life somehow. And the two basically, they're trying to take over the world, but they're also pretty much idiots. or crazy.
So is that in the manga?
Well, yes, but the anime takes things a step further by changing the genre every episode. Like one episode will be a sports anime, another pretty girl dating, some sort of a romance anime where you cute, where you romance the cute girls like in an otome game or dating sim game. Of course, they used the two main characters, Excel and Hyatt, who are also girls. So it was
Huh.
Yuri, basically, which
Oh,
was
okay.
amusing.
Oh, I heard a beep. Did you send me something or?
I didn't.
Oh, I heard from.
What did you hear from Daniel or something?
No, no. But somebody else that is invited in the panel just apologize that they didn't have their notifications on or something like that, and wish me a good show. So, but there were Easter eggs in this.
Yes. Like Excel and Haya doing this Paname bit with some dialogue about. There he is. Basically, they took a scene from the anime and put in some new dialogue.
Oh, that sounds kind of fun.
Yeah. I mean, the anime itself is pretty wacky and crazy, and like sets a tone early on with Excel, the main character, or it shows her graduating from school, from high school, and careless and skipping across the schoolyard without a care in the world, and then she's suddenly hit by a truck.
Oh, holy shit! Wow, that's intense.
Yeah. The great will of the macrocosm tells her she can't die in the first episode and brings her back to life.
Oh, that's part of the. That's
Yeah, the
part of the
great
outfit.
will of the macrocosm is something they just made up for the anime. Wasn't in the manga.
Yeah, and this was just in this part with her getting run over.
Yeah,
That
where her
was
being hit by a truck was also her having anything to do with a high school was also made
so.
up.
Was that something that was just part of the extra scenes?
No, that was just the first episode because
Okay.
the first it's a parody and more so than others, and it just basically goes off the walls.
Okay.
Like in the first episode, Excel's mission is to go kill the original author of the manga while he's working on the manga.
Oh, that could be an issue.
Yes, the great will of the macrocosm also brings him back to life.
Oh, hey, Slim Nim. Slim Nim was in the chat. I don't. Go ahead. Sorry.
This is also how Excel's boss can kill her a few times, and she just keeps coming back. Like one episode, it was a school anime where the school Excel came from has now become gone way downhill and is now full of delinquents and parodies of delinquent anime TV shows.
Oh, okay.
Another episode, they're invaded by Mars, and that was all this parody of space, and they did another one later.
Well, that sounds like a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm.
Did you read the manga itself?
Yeah, I was collecting it for a while. The manga had was a bit more story driven, but only so much because it was still craziness. Like there was some plot where like it turns out the government worker who has embezzled funds so he could fight evil. He embezzled city funds so he could fight against evil threatening the city.
Well,
But
that's kind of a contradiction. So he does something that many would argue is evil, and very least illegal. And
yeah.
he's doing this though to fight against evil.
Yes, except he wasn't aware of any evil threatening the city when he did that. He just started setting up a fund
Oh,
and research and stuff.
that's pretty
And
wild.
found and he then jumped on the first opponent he came across.
Huh.
Anyway, then he turned out to be this centuries old guy from an Atlantis like civilization that had since collapsed, and he had lost track of how old he was. We revealed it to it.
Is this the guy the embezzler, or the guy that he came
The
across?
embezzler.
Okay.
He actually got in trouble at one point and he lost everything. Until he managed to get a gold bar and
Well, that sounds like
which gave
something
him enough
worth.
finances that he could get pay some fines and unlock his accounts and everything.
Sounds like something worth checking out. Is that in the manga or in the
It's in
anime?
the manga.
Okay. So it sounds like they're kind of different.
Well, they are pretty much different. Like the anime takes the basic theme of lacrosse trying to take over the city. Like they're trying to take over the world, but they are also setting more realistic boundaries. So they're take over the country, take over the precinct, just start with taking over the city. And of course, it's just three of them, one guy who never does anything but gives orders, and they never really go anywhere until it gets really serious and they suddenly start taking over things.
Is
Like
that in
they,
the manga?
yeah, in the manga.
Huh. That's different in the anime?
Mostly, at one point they did take over the city, though. At that point, it became a Fist of the North Star parody, where the city was now reduced to a barren wasteland after the Gundam parody from the previous episode dropped a colony on the.
Oh, yeah, that sounds really creative. Like, well, they both sound good. It sounds like, but it sounds like the anime is more like parodying like other anime.
Well, that's what I said. It's a parody,
Yeah.
and it's a parody of different genre of anime every episode. Like some of the plot lines are taken from the anime. Like they have the basic characters and keep enough of the anime going. They can have the dynamic between the characters. For example, Excel and everyone, all the other black minions of Across live in the same rundown apartment. But all the city workers also live in the same apartment complex.
Which came first, the manga or the anime?
The manga.
But then the anime later influenced the manga.
Now, the anime did its own thing.
Okay.
I'm not really sure of anything that the anime did that the manga later adapted.
Oh, okay. Because I know sometimes the anime gets ahead of what's going on in the manga, and so they just come up with all some totally new stuff. And I was wondering if that
Well,
some
in
of
this
that
case,
got
the anime
really.
just did that from the get go.
Oh, okay, I see. So this discussion about Blu-ray in the chat is like apparently Fish 1999 isn't familiar with or hasn't watched a Blu-ray before, and is asking about like the size of the disc and everything. So and Jack's explaining that Blu-ray is far better quality picture, like in the theater, up to about 10 times sharper. Didn't 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 know it was that much sharper, but talking about the difference is stunning. But like I said, they suck at having added features, bonus discs, etc. And and it does require a Blu-ray player, but they can also play DVDs. But a DVD player doesn't always play Blu-rays. Yeah. Um. He was saying shows like Track, which filmed the actors but did special effects in low resolution, that causes an issue to upgrade them. Yeah, there's a remastered version of Star Trek, but I'd like to rewatch the original from the '60s instead of rewatching this remastered stuff that's on like Netflix or maybe it's not on Netflix anymore, but it was. Um, I'm not sure there is a sound benefit from DVD to Blu-ray. Most DVDs have great surround sound unless it's a newly remastered soundtrack also. Acetate negatives, says Chuck, which are highly volatile. BBC wasn't maintaining an archive. Oh, that's how they. So that's how a lot of episodes got
Yeah, I was
lost.
saying they would tape
Like
over
who?
old episodes because they didn't think people wanted to watch reruns, and
Yeah,
they would just tape over the older episodes and not
but
real.
I think that was the case with Doctor Who. And but what you're saying, but apparently there were also acetate negatives that were highly volatile. I remember hearing about a lot of film strips were like, or I mean, film was like being turned to like vinegar, not vinegar, but like, or something. I don't know, acid or not the drug, but something was happening where they were like just deteriorating. And
Yeah, that happens too.
so I think that was so for some of the stuff they would just wipe the. So some like issues with old stuff is when tapes would be wiped, and some is that when they were filmed, sometimes they were filmed on like you know like things like acetate negatives and stuff. Jack says all to Fish, all Star Trek was put on film even from the '60s. As far as filming people and sets, it's the space stuff that was at low resolution. They never thought anyone would want film quality TV shows at home. It was just luck. Yeah, that would have been really difficult with the technology at the time, I think. It says freaks, laugh out loud. I thought you were saying Frakes, as in Riker. Laugh out loud. Oh yeah, was it Jonathan Frakes is the actor's name? I have so that's what Jack was saying. Uh, you thought I was saying Frakes. I just have Star Trek on the brain at the moment. And Fish says, Jack, I'm watching Star Trek every night. Now I'm watching Picard. I watch on PC, so sound isn't a issue with like better film like Blu-ray. I like the silver shape in your artwork. Oh, it has good shading. So it's probably that's what Fish said. And Slim Lim said all hail lizard
I'm
tail
guessing that was from a
people.
while ago.
Yeah, because Jack's saying that alternate camera angles, even DVD had an angle button. A symbol would come P on the screen, P on the screen. I don't, I don't, I don't know if that was intentional or not, but would come up on the screen, or
Oh, bye,
you
fish.
you hit it and you see an alternate angle cut or scene or a whole deleted scene put back in. That's awesome. And he said it was on big initial DVD movies like Terminator 2. And he said, I don't see it as a gimmick. This is something I wanted to get to, but I also wanted to hear what you were saying. Said, I don't see it as a gimmick because the commentaries added a lot. Some DVDs had several commentary tracks, sounds like, with the directors and the actors, the many. Oh, yeah. I think, yeah, I know. We was talking about the menu background, though. I can't really remember much of that. I kind of maybe vaguely remember the menu background, especially the Star Wars movies, made nav very cool. I wonder if you mean navigating the. I mean, Jack, I never saw those extras you mentioned. Fish, even DVD Easter eggs hitting a secret code to see fun outtakes. To me, that added value over just the movie that could be streamed. Oh, that's where and Fish, since you maybe never saw the funnel sections, Jack says for a fan or completist, the alt angles scenes are important. Sorry, this is one I read before, but not a casual watcher who is doing 3 other things at the same time, left alone. And Jack said to Fish, I used to print out. Okay, that's where he mentioned printing out the Easter codes at the library. They go home and pop in the discs to watch them aloud. That I actually preferred surround sound separation on VHS compared to DVD. Laugh out loud. And said, darn, Fish said, darn, I never knew about the Easter egg codes. That sounds fun. And Jack said, I think soundtracks got compressed too much, far less distinction in certain scenes, dialogue completely lost in the mix. Wow, I didn't even think about that with the difference between that issue with digital that you get with that was an issue with like MP3s as well. As you do sound quality, and Jack had to leave for a few. Thanks for so much for the stream. Oh, he says, if you end before I get back, thanks for the stream and the convo. And Ahmed was in the chat, said, hey, Jack, did you catch the Oz show? Oz did a stream after a year. Well, that's interesting. Jack has to get, Fish has to get going.
Yeah, I said that a little while ago.
Oh, Lorenzo Master Giaz, you for a great show. It was fun and informative. Oh, I wish I'd known that they were leaving. So you were showing something off. It sounded like it was probably something that Daniel had drawn and Fish was commenting on. I'm trying to think of what Fish had said. I remember you asked if it was a while back.
Well, the silver work, the middle work on the spikes.
Oh,
These are middle
yeah. I wish I
spikes,
had
right?
addressed that when you were actually in the chat. That's the problem with trying to have all these multiple conversations. But
I suppose it would be helpful if I had my phone or something open to the chat. I could.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing because I don't think it's difficult enough having like being in StreamYard, and then I don't know what it'd be like trying to color something. It seems like it would be pretty difficult to read the chat to begin with. Well, I mean, it is difficult to begin with in StreamYard, but
Well, something I do is I have the TV running YouTube and showing the stream so I can see what's going on when I'm working on the coloring. Though that isn't
oh,
as useful right now since it's just me here, and it's more useful when you got it's switching between several different people.
yeah, it's interesting too to yeah, I can see that. Yeah, so I can understand. You're if you're so I've got you on and like say Daniel and some or someone else who's like showing. Yeah, that's quite common too. Surprised I didn't hear anything from Daniel today. But then again, I often don't even know when he's streaming and rarely join his streams. So not like anybody has an obligation to be on here. Really appreciate it though. That
No, you don't have subpoena power, so it's strictly
yeah,
voluntary.
it's no, I don't. It's kind of not, and none of us are getting paid to do this. I think there was a case where even with like say I guess I've had people, some comic creators have given me, that I'm friends with or friendly acquaintance with, have given me free comics, but I haven't ever actually reviewed the comics on air, and they never said, "Hey, review this on air." They're just like, "Oh, I'm just curious what you might think or whatever." Or in one case, somebody force refunded me because they got upset with me, which kind of weird that the guy looked up the backer info and figured out that yeah, I don't know, and did that, but then he was sorry and changed his mind, and he just he's like, okay, I'm gonna give you a special price on this. I'm just gonna sell it to you for $1 because I shouldn't have force refunded you. If you still want to buy the book, it's gonna be $1. So and the only reason he charged $1 was because he had to. I think he had to charge something on Indiegogo. And then now this guy got upset with me over something else, and he said, told me not to buy his comics, and I was like, oh, I, don't worry, it won't, or so like I was. It didn't exactly say that, but it was something along those lines. It's not. No, I'm not. I'm not going to. I don't. I see some really strange stuff going on as far as customer service with some of the online drama and stuff. It just gets in the way of like when there's YouTube or Twitter or whatever, and there's drama. And I think drama is a lot of what uh, can make a tweet become popular or a YouTube stream. I think it's different with what goes on, like with you and Daniel over on Picardo, where he's just like doing commissions, and I don't mean just doing commissions. That's actually really cool, but he's not. He's relying on the money from the commissions. He's not trying to.
Sell
Like,
ad space or anything?
huh?
No, I was trying to guess where you were going at.
Yeah, it's not like he has to worry about it. Like this channel isn't monetized, but a lot of channels, the reason YouTube gets so competitive is because of the advertisements. Is that what you mentioned? Because that is a big thing. I think that's why. I think that's the big issue. Competing for ads and competing for views, but even though there's all these artists on Picardo, I don't see Daniel as like I don't know if Daniel like. I mean, Daniel knows about some other people he's friends with or friendly acquaintances with who have Picardo streams, but I never hear him like badmouth somebody else from Picardo. You know, like I don't hear him talk about, well, this Picardo channel sucks because of this and that and the other thing. Like and I haven't watched much of the other Picardo streams. What I did watch is very, very brief, but it kind of looked like people are just kind of doing their own thing and focusing on art. Maybe, I mean, there could be some drama going on that I don't notice, but it seemed, I don't know, seemed like maybe that could be more like if, say, somebody on a Picardo stream said something and another panelist had a disagreement or something. I could be totally wrong, but seems like Picardo's algorithm isn't based around, isn't like necessarily encouraging drama the way that
I've never really figured out Picardo's.
yeah, I'm not
But
sure how. I want to be
all the
very
Picardo
careful. I
streams
trade
I've
things with
seen,
YouTube.
yeah,
I'm not saying that the folks running YouTube are necessarily programming the algorithm a certain way to encourage drama. I'm not saying it's definitely a fact, but it seems like sometimes just because I think it's just because something happens to get a lot of clicks because maybe there's a sensationalistic headline or some sort of fights, some breakout or whatever. People are arguing in the chat. Not that YouTube is intentionally encouraging that. They might be discouraging it, but then that channel in the future might get recommended to people because by the algorithm because it previously got good views. You know, this is just a hypothesis. I'm not saying that this is how it is. It just seems like that could be an explanation. I mean, there could be times when somebody from the company, decides I want to promote this particular channel or whatever. But I get the feeling that a lot of times it's actually just the algorithm, and then something just happens to become a trendy thing with the algorithm, and then things can get to the point where the algorithm where, again, this is just speculation, but it seems like all of a sudden the algorithm might decide, almost like it doesn't like something. And I'm not saying that the computers like have actual like opinions per se, like with
Yeah,
emotions
I get what
involved.
you were talking about.
So when somebody shows up and says that they're sending their full support to indicate that they're a subscriber, that's something that I don't think the algorithm likes. First, I heard it can harm a channel if people are typing the word subscriber in the chat, or I subscribed, or subscribe to this channel, or whatever. I don't know if me saying it, because the same people who say that don't type that in the chat, say it on air, even though YouTube can, like, little YouTube, you can Google have this transcription thing where you can add subtitles and stuff, and so maybe it doesn't. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't harm things. I don't know. Maybe it's different if somebody says the word subscribe. I don't know. But for a while there, people were like, so people will show up to my channel and say that they're sending their full support when they mean they subscribe to my channel. But then I think YouTube might remove that person as a subscriber, or or could maybe hurt that person in the algorithm, or hurt my channel or something.
Well, I do understand that YouTube let their algorithm be developed by AI, and it would learn and develop, and then they completely lost control of it to the point where they don't understand their own algorithm.
Yeah, that's the allegation I've heard. Yeah, it was. I do know they removed a feature before for. Oh, hey, Anubis.
Oh, did we get a third
Always
person?
good to see you.
Hello.
I think that's Anubis.
How y'all doing?
Doing well. Always a pleasure. We were just discussing the YouTube algorithm, and man, that's a confusing topic.
Look, to me, I'll be real with y'all. When I hear algorithm, it just sounds like a bad robot that can't dance.
Yeah.
When I hear algorithm, I'm like, man, this sounds like somebody who badly dances at kids' parties.
I'm not even sure what it is exactly. It seems like it helps determine whether or not a channel is promoted more, or maybe even somewhat suppressed in some way from being promoted.
Some people do get shadow banned. I do know that. I don't know why. I don't know how. I don't even know how I got people on my channel, because all I do is talk a bunch of nonsense.
Yeah, I was rambling on about all sorts of topics tonight.
Yeah, Lorenzo was doing the same thing.
Yeah.
Well,
hey,
I always like coming here.
Mubarak says,
Every
good
time I
job.
come here, I give you thumbs up.
Oh, go
I
ahead.
said,
Sorry.
I always like coming here. I always come in, give you thumbs up. Sometimes I don't be saying nothing. Sometimes I don't got nothing to say. Some
I think you cut out.
Yeah, your mic is cutting out. Oh, and hi, Manticore. Welcome to the chat. Oh, I'm not exactly bad mouthing the algorithm. I think it's just. I think it's just complicated. I
I don't
mean,
really know if that's the truth either. I mean, I think about it this way. There's like how many uploads per day, how many people on per day, how many people are watching, and like you grab and you don't grab. Like, I don't know. Like I said, I'm surprised. I like your content though, but
oh,
that's my thing. I
thanks.
never call
Yeah,
myself a content creator.
huh? What was the last part you said? A content creator?
I said I never call myself a content creator. I'm just a dude who talks way too much.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't quite. I like that phrase. It reminds me of I met this guy who. So I mean, I've been involved in like editing public access TV shows. Filming, directing, and editing. I've been involved in I was a DJ at a college radio station. Different creative stuff. But like when I met this guy from I don't know if he worked at MGM or Paramount or well, I don't know. Look, Universal or one of those. He worked at some big studio where he used to paint the back when movies would have these painted backdrops. And I met that guy, and he was talking about being an artist, and he said he talked to some people, and they'd say they're an artist, and then they couldn't explain what they did. That's when I stopped like calling myself an artist, or like wasn't like I was like using that term too much to.
Well, art can't be explained.
Yeah.
I mean, like true art, to me anyway. I mean, you could try to get to the mechanics of it, but when you're doing the mechanics of it and like trying to intellectually explain something that is its complete polar opposite, you're gonna run into hurdles.
Yeah, I get that, but like but when there's this guy who used to do like paint these beautiful backdrops to motion pictures, and I know that's commercial art, but it's like, yeah, wish I knew exactly which movies he did this for, but like, and here I am, like just like like I was editing public access television shows,
Yeah,
making
well,
a bunch of movies and stuff, and
that's like trying to explain a song. I used to do a lot of music. It's like you can't explain what you were doing. You can only explain the feeling, and even the feeling you can't properly intellectualize because that song you're gonna have like a billion different perspectives if a billion people hear it.
Oh, you're talking about the part that he was saying about people, asking people, what kind of artist are you or whatever, like, or what do you do, and they can't explain it. I guess that would be difficult to explain.
Well, what you do seems simple enough. If you paint for movies,
Yeah.
But
that is simple enough to explain.
Now maybe that's easier to explain because it's commercial art. On the other hand,
also it's kind of a job at that point. You just got to design a set. You got to paint the set.
Yeah. On the other
That's
hand,
easy enough to explain.
Yeah. On the other hand, like he was doing that at such a high like level of quality that for me it'd be kind of like trying to compare myself to like say Vincent Van Gogh or something, or Picasso or something. Like I'm not artist on that caliber.
Well, not every artist is a master.
Nope.
Yeah, but this guy
And
like
not
was
every
doing like
master's an
really
artist.
beautiful backdrops.
What's that saying? Good artists create, great artists steal.
Yeah. And
Or steal from one person, it's stealing. Steal from multiple people is research.
Never
did you
heard
say
that
about
one.
stealing from multiple people? Sorry. It was a
Steal
little
from
bit-
one person is stealing, but if you steal from multiple people, it's called research. That's when
Isn't
you
that
talk
what
about
AI does? Is steal from multiple people?
yeah.
And there's this huge debate over AI, and I like change my mind every other day about the.
Now here's my thought on AI, and it's real simple. I don't give a fuck. Sorry, I didn't mean to curse.
No, go ahead. Yeah,
I don't know. It's just one of those things where I'm like, you got to remember, like, when I do this, I'm from a cell phone and a PlayStation 4. I am essentially homeless. So worrying about tech and conspiracies ain't on my menu right now. So much as food and survival.
yeah.
That's just like when people talk about the economy. I'm like, yeah, I'm already eating out of dumpsters, so it doesn't really do anything for me to worry about that.
So Picasso was the one credited with good artists borrow, great artists steal.
Well,
Though
yeah,
I guess
Pablo
it's unknown
Picasso.
whether he actually said that or not. Nobody knows it. Probably does. I think that's the thing too. I think there's a thing where people have gotten so to the point where of like worrying about whether or not something is literally historically accurate in the modern academic sense of the term history, that like it's like, oh, okay, even if he didn't say it, it's still a good say.
Yeah,
There's
you can
still some
associate it.
wisdom there, and I think that's something we've kind of lost. That, like, say, the ancient and medieval, and even in the Middle Ages, people understood. People weren't so overly literal with things. That it's like,
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's like nowadays on the internet. Anything you say, they sit up there and post it and be like, he said this. I'm like, I don't care what that dude said. I care about what they did.
yeah.
Like, I knew a guy that loved people. Little did I know he was killing them.
Holy shit! Wow.
Yeah.
I've known people who, they turned out there was a artist who turned out like there were a couple artists in the comic book scene, and out of like say
No, I get where you're coming from
who
too.
turned out like they had like some really bad background, not murder, but like something pretty much equally as bad.
Yeah.
Involving kids is all I'll say.
No. I understand.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
know.
And
I know
so,
somebody. I
welcome,
know
Johnny
somebody
Boy.
in that same. I know somebody in the same department.
Yeah, and it's sad. People will say, "Oh, everybody knew this or that." That's not the funny
You
thing.
don't always know. That's the part
No,
that makes me mad. You don't always know that because this dude was like one of my best friends. He hung out at my house. He slept in my house. He was around my daughter. And I didn't know because if I did,
oh yeah,
I wouldn't be talking to you right now. I'd probably be in a cell somewhere.
yeah.
So it's not like I can't stand when people say stuff like, oh, they should have known. You don't always know. You might catch an inkling, you might catch a feeling, but you might be like, like your own mind you'll sit up there and be like, I'm just screwing with myself. Because some people are programmed to think the absolute worst of people. And for the most part, they could be right. But in that same token, you could also be wrong.
So this one comic artist, what is, and he was also a YouTuber, and he'd draw stuff on. He'd be drawing stuff on air. when he'd get drunk, he would sometimes say things. Well, sometimes he could get angry with people and start arguing. Okay, some people, that can happen when someone's drunk. Sometimes he'd start but every once in a while he'd start saying some inappropriate things to these middle-aged women in the chat. But then it turned out that he had done some stuff with like like underage girls. So like the thing is, we knew he said things that were kind of like very inappropriate to like women, like in their just middle aged. I'll say. I don't want to put an age number on there, but and they've just like promptly would reject him, and we knew that was inappropriate, and like both men and women were trying, we were all behind the scenes telling the guy, don't do this. And
Well, and here's the part where that's iffy for me. Like, not your same experience, but I grew up as a horrorcore rapper. You know, horrorcore rap is it's a subculture of rap where everything you say and lyrically is completely messed up. Like, there's like no boundaries in it. So you might meet a horrorcore rapper who says the most outlandish things when he's rapping, but he's really not that way.
oh, what? My internet cut out.
Oh no, I was talking about like I grew up in a style of rap called horrorcore, which is what I used to do.
Oh, yeah.
And horrorcore, in there you say the most outlandish, messed up, inappropriate things. However, most of the time they aren't like that. It's actually a form of therapy. So it's tricky to try. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's hard to figure out who and where, because there are a couple of people that infiltrate the scene that were that way, but most of the time they're not like that. You know what I mean?
Okay, yeah. And I
Well,
think that.
And I just use that as an example as like in general, it's hard to tell. Like sometimes I know people that say stuff just for shock value and they don't even try to like be shocking. They just are shocking. And in actuality, they aren't that way at all.
Interesting. Yeah, the thing is that somebody who's into, let's say they're into like say violent video games or whatever, they might actually be less likely to be violent or whatever because they got this
An
way
outlet.
of handling that stuff, and versus somebody who keeps everything all bottled up. And
But then the adverse of that is somebody might get triggered by doing that. And that's why it's hard to say. That's why, like I said, I don't care about what you said. I care about what you do.
so 3-6 Mafia is,
One of my favorite rap groups.
yeah, but I didn't realize. So I'm just looking at Wikipedia because I was trying to remember. I was trying to remember, and 3-6 Mafia is what I was thinking of, but I didn't realize that the Ghetto Boys did horrorcore. Is that true?
Yep, Ghetto Boys, The Mind of a Lunatic. One of my favorite songs, Assassins. That's a great horrorcore track. Chucky. That's also Ghetto Boys, written by Gangsta Nip. But like my favorite is Brother Lynch Hung. He raps about cannibalizing people. So
Well,
he doesn't.
it sounds like the fans and artists have been blamed for numerous high-profile instances of violent criminal activity, including Columbine High School shooting. Yeah,
Yeah, which is weird because them kids, because this is all I'll say on it. They weren't known to listen to horrorcore rap.
yeah, that's the thing is, I'm no longer a fan of Michael Moore. He actually, if people like him, that's fine. But filmmaker Michael Moore,
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
I mean, I'm not. I used to be a fan, but no longer am. I mean, like when he did this movie about Flint and stuff, and then for a while, some of the subsequent movies, but he did. But I did think it was interesting, though. Do think it's interesting that he named his film "Bowling from Columbine," and it turned out that they went bowling. that was
Yeah.
like one of their activities was bowling.
Well,
It's like,
listen, if you get a chance, there's a podcast called Last Podcast on the Left where they talked about it, and there was some insightful stuff on there. Like, I don't want to go completely into the minutia of it, but there's a
Yeah.
lot of insightful stuff that wasn't covered that should have been. I'm just gonna leave it at that. Like, I'm not trying to go too far ahead. Yeah, Last Podcast on the Left. They got them on YouTube. They're on YouTube, but I've been listening to their podcast forever.
Yeah, that sounds interesting.
I don't agree with everything they say, but
Oh yeah, I never agree.
I appreciate their opinions.
Yeah, I try to listen to whether it be left wing or right wing or whatever. If somebody has some sort of interesting take, and then or trying to be informative, even if they're and so yeah, I remember like before, like with YouTube, like there was a while there where I would be getting videos like and be on a hot topic issue, and I'd be like this, one, and I think this even still happens today, where
Oh yeah.
from completely conflicting viewpoints. Like,
I don't mind conflicting viewpoints. Just don't tell nobody that they're wrong, because that just sets people off. And whether they're right or they're wrong, I don't feel like having the fight.
There are times when I really do shut down. Like in my mind, I just don't listen to conflicting viewpoints, and then it turns out that because I was so completely shut off to them that I ended up being closed-minded and ended up getting things wrong. So I try to be open to conflicting viewpoints, even though I can get kind of easily triggered sometimes and just, I don't want to hear that or whatever. And then it turns out
people get passionate about their viewpoint, though, to where they want to sit up there and crap on the other guy when it's easy just to say I disagree. And here's why. That's easier. But no, they didn't want to be like, that guy's wrong, and all this yelling and shouting, and
yeah.
Then you spent 30 minutes. No, you spent several hours making a 30-minute video with all these zoom ins and sound effects and extra captions, and automatically I can't listen.
Yeah, I wish we could, like, there was a time when we could, as a nation, debate any number of things, and like, and I think things were quite a bit better. And then I think once there got to be like this point where certain issues couldn't be talked about at all, I think it actually led to more extremism. Like,
yeah, probably. I can't say. I just came in to tell you hi, and I came in to speak a little bit with you, but I didn't want to interrupt your other guests, so I'm gonna get the hell out of here because I feel like I've been taking up too much time. So much love to everybody.
Well, much love to you as well. Thanks. Well, that's cool. I always like it when Anubis comes on here.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I think. Yeah. I don't know that much about horrorcore, but I know that there were like people like Alice Cooper, who was like, I I mean, he was doing this, and I think it was like real. I think it was a form of glam rock, or you know, which I think David Bowie was doing, but Dallas Cooper was taking it in a different direction, where he was like had this horror thing where he was wearing makeup and having these fake beheadings and stuff on stage. And I haven't heard it like as far as celebrities go. I haven't heard that. I haven't like heard people like really badmouth Alice Cooper. Maybe so there's got to be someone somewhere who doesn't like the guy, but I don't think he in real life goes around beheading people or anything. And I remember him on Wayne's World. I think he was at Wayne's World, the movie version of Wayne's World. So the Wayne character had started off on a Canadian Canadian TV show, and then was it Mike Myers? He ended up on Saturday Night Live, and then I think playing Wayne, and then I think it was Dana Carvey on Saturday Night Live played Garth, who I don't think was part of the Canadian version of Wayne's World. Did you ever watch the movie or watch any of his sketches?
Wayne's World or the Mike?
Wayne's World.
I think I might have seen that, but it was so long ago.
But so you've probably seen like maybe some of the subsequent stuff Mike Myers did. Like, was he in trying to think of the movie that, well, he was in a few movies.
Well, I saw Austin Powers.
That's what I was trying to think of.
I saw that as a kid. I mean, an older kid, but I can't quite. Oh, I saw it in theaters. Hold on, let me check. Okay, it was the late 90s, so I would have been a teenager.
Wayne's World, Austin Powers, Shrek, Cat in the Hat. Looking through the Wikipedia entry.
Yeah. I saw Austin Powers and Shrek. Who is. Yeah.
Wayne's World 2, I don't really remember that one.
I get the feeling I've only seen clips of that. I'm not entirely sure.
Oh, Wayne's World?
Yeah, Wayne's World.
Yeah, they're so. Yeah, I see a lot of Saturday Night Live clips on the internet. But there, I mean, there's also like clips from the movie. I was surprised though when I saw a clip of the Canadian version, because I think I'd known that Mike Myers was from Canada. I didn't realize though that this Wayne character had. started off, and I don't. Let's see. It might be discussed in the Wikipedia article about Wayne's World. But I'm not even seeing it in there. And it just said that he was in like several different Canadian TV shows. So I'm not even sure which show from Canada Wayne's World started off on. Or if it was even called Wayne's World, or if it just was the character was called Wayne.
Well, the show seems. I don't know the origin. I'm not too familiar with that.
Yeah, I was just surprised because the version I knew of had Garth, and they were based out of. They were doing this public access TV show, like kind of like what I did, but they were based out of Aurora, Illinois. But originally, it was like somewhere in Canada. I don't know if it was Toronto or Montreal or wherever the Wayne was supposed to be based out of.
I was messing around with it and kind of just made it the shading now. How does this look?
Huh. So everything's blue on my screen.
Well, yes, it's blue. I turned off the color and the line art. So now it's just the shading.
Oi, Sci-Fi Nation, welcome.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. Have you been backstage long?
No, just about a minute.
I just noticed.
No, you're good. You're good.
Sci-Fi Nation, can you tell what character this is?
Oh, okay. Without any reference, I'm gonna say, is that something to do with King Koopa
Did you
or
say?
Bowser or
Yeah.
something like that?
Yeah, I was. Oh, it is Bowser. It's the same Bowser, the one that we were looking at earlier, but the blue was throwing me off. It's like Papa Smurf colored or something.
Well, the blue
Yeah.
is just something I use as the background to look for little gaps that the fill tool misses.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no, I
so
got what you were doing with the drawing. So I took the background is what it is. It's like a blue poly background like we used to do with our t-shirts when we made t-shirts by hand. So that's how I could look through that. So.
What Gias does is he will commission. Typically, he'll commission Daniel, who's on here a lot, and to draw something. Daniel will draw it, and then Gias will color it. But Daniel sometimes has these little spots where where the dots don't completely connect.
Well, with the lines don't completely connect.
And if you're using like the fill feature on an art program, and there's some.
You're talking beyond me because when I did shit in graphic arts way back in the day, right? We literally had to trace shit by hand on trace paper off of something we seen, unless we were talented enough to do it, which most of us weren't. Okay, and then we had to trace it to where we could do 1, 2, 3, or 4 color prints on a T-shirt, which was a whole process by itself using blue poly. For screen printing T-shirts, right?
Oh, that's really cool.
You had to do all 4 colors by itself. Or we also had the other thing where we had the vinyl machine, and the vinyl machine was where we had to take our trace and program it computer wise into the vinyl machine.
Oh, so that's a totally different thing. I'm talking
Yeah,
about more like MS.
that's what we call
I don't-
actual graphic arts.
Oh, okay. I'm
Yeah.
talking about like if you use, say, MS Paint back in the day, or
Oh no,
Mac
that we
Paint or
consider that
something.
cheating back in the day. Yeah, back in the 90s, the mid
Yeah.
90s, we consider that fucking cheating. Yeah, fuck that shit.
So did you never try those programs?
No, I did. We just considered it cheating way back.
Oh, okay. Because there was like that there were lines and they weren't completely filled in, and then you go to
Oh
use
yeah, no. I mean, if you're
the
gonna do
shading
that,
tool or the
then
paint tool or whatever.
yeah, because
If
you
it,
got to go back and redo everything and
yeah,
this,
well,
that,
the
and the
thing, yeah,
third.
the color or the shading or whatever would go all over the place because
No, we literally had
you're
to
supposed to fill a circle
either
or whatever
freehand
with
draw what
a
we
color.
wanted. Yeah, see, back in the day, if you want to do real graphic arts, we had to either freehand draw or trace on trace paper what we wanted to draw, right?
I'm just explaining why he has to fill in all the
Oh yeah,
all the
I
dots or
mean
whatever is.
that's fine. That's like wow, that's like so after what we did back in the day.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I definitely have a lot of respect for that old school way of doing things. I don't even quite understand exactly what you had to do, but that sounds really cool. But yeah, what he was talking about, yeah, was I think he was saying why, so he has to use the blue because to make sure that all the lines are filled in. Otherwise, when he goes to, like, say, color the eyes or whatever, instead of just coloring
Right.
the
See, we didn't
pupils,
have all
it'll
this.
add the color to the whole
Yeah,
picture or whatever.
we didn't have all this digital stuff back in the day when I learned how to
Yeah.
do graphic arts the old school way. So
Yeah, kind of misunderstand. The lines are a problem because he doesn't always put the lines all the way, and I have to fill in the gaps sometimes. But even if it's done perfectly, there's still the fact that the fill tool itself is not perfect. It's flawed. And
Yeah.
if there is for example, this spot right here where there's a
yeah, right
sharp.
there, that little dot there, and then the one right above it, right, and then the one over to the right. There's like 3 dots there. Like, why the fuck are those 3 dots there?
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
biggest point is this
And then you got one right down there to the right
sharp
of the
tool
little
right here.
check on the bottom. So
Right
Yeah,
here.
I think Daniel might be doing things maybe a little too quickly, or
Well,
if you're not actually if you don't think you have things like blown up to this degree, and you're
no,
using these
we never had
tools.
that back in my day, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah,
we wouldn't have that
yeah. But the thing is,
graphic
like,
acuity, that they have now.
with these tools, it's very easy to, like, miss a spot. Maybe, I don't know. Daniel's not here to
Yeah,
explain
no,
it,
I get
so.
what you're saying, Lorenzo. I do. It's like we never
Okay,
had
I'm
that
glad
visual
we're on the
acuity
same
back in
page
the day,
now.
right?
It's just with
It was either we had the graphic and we made it the way it was, or like we made sure it was imperfect free back in the day, right? Because we didn't have like where we could zoom in and right. You got to remember, I took
Yeah.
graphic arts back in 1993. Okay, so
Well, they
I'm
had
just saying. I'm just saying. Computers
they
didn't
had
have this ability back then.
if somebody had like an Amiga or something, they could probably go, but hardly anybody in America had that, and he said it was, like, considered cheating.
Yeah, right. And I used Apple IICs back in 8th grade. That was like 90, 91. Okay. So, yeah, we didn't really have all this graphic acuity that y'all have now. So,
Like
I mean, this is awesome the way you can do that now. You can just
like in the 90s,
zoom in and blah, blah, it's gone, whatever. And you can make your stuff. So,
well, maybe the Mac had a bunch of colors in the 90s, but I remember the old school Macs were in black and white, and then when they did have color, or I guess it was monochrome monitors, and then when they did have color Macs with the Mac 2, you still only had a few different colors to
well, you got to
choose from.
remember, Windows 95 was what, 56 colors or 128 colors, and they came out with Windows 98 with 256 colors supported on the graphics cards, which was like top line back then, which you needed to run like Doom and games like that. So yeah, I mean,
Yeah, so you know the history much better than I do as far as the number of colors and all that stuff. Yeah, it's just and now it's like I don't know
it's like
what
yeah, now it's just like load a program. You're good. You might need an emulator, but hey, let's go do it. So, yeah, I mean,
I like the old school programs, but I guess with this you got to get like any number of different colors. But
yeah, see, we never had to mess with any of this.
well, some people
Like,
say with comics, like some people prefer the old school colors, like from the comics that they
oh,
read
the
back
drawing,
in the 80s
yeah,
or
yeah, the
70s or whatever.
shading and the shading and even if you want to go farther back than that, you can go to cell shading, right? Which is what they use in animation back in the
Yeah,
70s,
yeah,
right? So, I mean, yeah, you can go way back then if you want, but you don't even have to go like that
yeah.
far into it. You can just go into like line drawn and shaded lines or darken lines, whatever you want to call them, right?
Yeah.
So you darken the actual figures, and then you shade in their colors, and then you shade in the background colors behind it. So, I mean, yeah, it's just on how you want to look at it, right?
Yeah,
From a
those
graphic artist
animation
point of view.
cells are really cool, and I think if you get like, I think they sell for a lot of money now,
Oh, they do if you can
which
get your
they
hands on the
probably
original.
just threw them out at the time or something. I don't know.
No, I think they did a lot of them, yeah, because they weren't worth nothing back then. I'm not saying this guy here isn't talented. He really is. I can't get behind doing this digital stuff because that's not how I learned how to do it. I'm just, you know, so it's what he does is great. I'm glad he can do this. My son, my 11-year-old is learning how to do this, right? So my thumbs up to you, but because my son's gonna learn off of what you do. Because my son wants to be a graphic artist and a comic artist and all this stuff, right? And a game designer. So I'm not putting down what you do. I'm just saying I'm so old school. Like literally, my kid right now should be my grandkid. I'm just with his mom, and he ain't. I don't know how else to put it. And I want to say hi to Ethereal Dragon in the chat.
Did we lose Lorenzo?
I think we did. Yes,
That's problematic.
it is. Lorenzo, come back, buddy. Wow, that's the first time I've seen Lorenzo leave his own stream. Holy crap.
Oh, well, that's kind of a normal thing.
Oh, is it? Okay. Well, I haven't been on a stream in a while. I've been not coming on his streams because sometimes he has people on that I don't want to cause drama with. So
Yeah, well, Daniel has a funny joke. He says Lorenzo just Lorenzo'd himself whenever he disappears.
he Lorenzo'd himself. That's a good way to put it. And hello to Ethereal Dragon. I think I just said that. But hey, how you doing, Ethereal? Good to see you. Lorenzo should be back here anytime, hopefully.
I was just showing off a few of my other pictures.
Oh, now see, I like that. Oh, hey, there's Lorenzo. Hey, how you doing? But
Sorry about that. But yeah,
no,
I heard they would throw out the comic artists would throw out a lot of their, like, let's say they penciled something but didn't ink it, and it's like, okay, we're not going to use this page for whatever reason in the for this comic. They would sometimes just throw it out.
now see that
It could
right
be worth
there.
hundreds of
That picture.
dollars, but
That
now,
picture right here looks like cell shading if I've ever seen it because it's got the honeycomb style. That is cell shading if I ever fucking seen it. And then you gotta concentrate it on her like back side of her back down towards her butt underneath the wings. So that is cell shading if I ever seen it. By the way, Lorenzo, Ethereal Dragon's in the chat.
Oh, hey, Dragon, welcome. Yeah, I was just zooming in the chat when you mentioned that. But thanks for pointing that out. I was noticing like people but I'd be like, they'd say hi, and then I was trying to get caught up with I would be behind the chat, and I wouldn't see them.
Oh wait, go back one shade. Nope, not that shade, but one more. One more. Nope. The red that you had on the thigh highs. One more shade. There. Oh man, that's almost it. It was like more like a crimson color.
This is an orange. Let's see. I
You had
basically
you had a crimson, and then it went dark red, but it was like the one before the crimson, like the dark crimson. Yeah, one more before that or after that. I'm not sure. Ah, no, not pink. It was red. And now it's not going to show up for me, is
How
it?
many layers of are these? Just different layers?
well, I put the different layers on different colors.
Now she looks like a pissed off bumblebee right there. Just saying.
Well, she kind of is. Oh, maybe not a bumblebee, but a bee in general.
Interesting.
Well, she got that big old fucking stinger behind her that ain't doing much of nothing except smacking hose around. So.
It's kind of a propulsion system.
What I'm, yeah, I'm thinking about like what you're saying, sci-fi about how this was considered cheating, but like it seems like back in the day, but
I mean,
now,
yeah, this is
seems
so.
like so elaborate though,
It is.
with
This
layer
is.
after layer after layer after layer of stuff.
It
Like
is.
I
This
don't.
is so beyond what we had back in the day, right? Like we
So
would
it
have
seems
to do
like it's
actual physical work to actually
yeah.
get all those layers, right? So yeah.
Wait, did you get all those layers? Did you get a ton of layers like that?
Oh, I can do 4 layers on a t-shirt, but
Oh yeah, I forgot that.
here's the thing. I would have to print every single color separately on every.
Ah,
Yeah, my dad used to do that. Just having two colors on there was a big deal.
Yeah, exactly. And we could do 4 at a time, max, right?
so it's such a totally different thing nowadays,
Oh,
where
yeah. I mean, it was
with
totally
these multiple layers.
mechanical back in the day. Yeah. So, because we'd have to do blue poly after blue poly after blue poly after blue poly. And then we'd have to print, let it dry, print, let it dry, print, let it dry, print, let it dry. Just to have that 4-dimensional color scheme on a shirt that you would sell for $10 fucking that you put 20 fucking hours into. So
Though it seems like somebody could end up putting that same amount of time into this, but just
well, you could, but then
in
you
an
got to look
insane
at
amount of layers, you know.
yeah, but then you got to look at printing time, right? You still got the same printing process.
Yeah.
So
Well, I don't even know if any of this stuff is. So, do you end up having any of this stuff printed, Gias, or is this kept online as?
This is just kept online. Maybe someone's printed it up.
I
Back
know we were
when I
talking
had a
about
color
copy
printer, I
machines.
had printed up a few of my pictures, but more of a whim
oh,
sort of thing.
yeah, if you're gonna do this on paper, yeah, you could do that like that. You could have that printed out like that, especially with the inkjet printer or whatever they use nowadays, right? So yeah, you could have that printed out in no time. Like in 30 seconds, you could have that printed out, especially with them colors. But if you wanted it put on a t-shirt and you wanted it to look right, you would definitely have to go through at least a 4-color process. At least a 4-color process. So
More recently, my dad had made some other T-shirts, which was really just basically printing up something on an adhesive backing and applying it to the shirt, which looked nice at first, but a few trips to the washing machine and it fell apart.
Exactly.
Oh. Now,
Like,
something like this, could this even go on a shirt with all this different?
Well,
oh,
yeah, you could
yeah.
wear it 1 or 2 times. You could maybe hand wash it 1 or 2 times, but after that, eh.
I probably should have just kept it out of the dryer.
Yeah, exactly. Keep it out the fucking dryer. Exactly.
Oh.
Didn't think of that until later. This is Takara, an OC of mine. She's the daughter of another one of my OCs that I have to get around to posting her character bio.
She has a foxtail. Is she a foxy lady?
Yeah, you could say that.
And I've remember seeing this before. Now, was this another one of those where you said one thing and Daniel?
Yeah,
drew it
she's supposed to
another?
be holding the wand, but then Daniel forgot about it. And by the time I remembered, it was he didn't want to put it back in,
Oh, she
so
ain't
he
got a
just gave it to
wand in
the
her
rabbit.
hand. She ain't got a wand in her hand. So.
Hmm?
She ain't got a wand in her hand. I could see why he forgot.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Is Daniel forgot about? I don't know. The artist Daniel forgot about it and didn't put it back in.
And he went to go back and change her hand, so he just gave it to the rabbit instead.
I remember there's being something. It does kind of look a bit off. I knew there was, which giving to the rabbit's clever, but I just don't understand why he didn't redraw. I wonder would have taken a lot of time to redraw the hand or something.
Hmm.
Would that have taken like a lot of layers of?
It probably wouldn't have taken as much time as he made it out, but he had already drawn that part, and I guess he didn't want to change it. I got into a fight about trying to get him to change the angle of this mirror, so the reflection of light off of it made sense. I couldn't get him to do it.
You're trying to do ray tracing when somebody's drawing something?
Well, the picture involved a woman shooting a beam of light off of a mirror, and we could see the path it took off the mirror as it hits another person. But he drew the mirror so we could see the front of the mirror, but logic dictates, given the location of the characters, we'd be seeing the back of the mirror instead.
You're trying to use physics in a comic.
Yes.
I see what you're doing, but no, you never use physics.
And I think I just wonder if so. How much is this like? Maybe you not. How much of this is you, and how much is him? Like with communication. Gosh, I can't even communicate correctly tonight or efficiently.
Yeah.
That's okay. I'm just having fun tonight, so don't pay me too much.
Yeah, I'm just thinking. And I like. Is it? Oh, you said before, like you'll give him like references too, right?
Yes.
In
Sometimes he will forget them. This is Lily. She was one of my older characters. I created her for a role play. And I basically chose a character with an elaborate hairstyle. I didn't think I would commission her at the time. And then I didn't think, when I commissioned her the first time, I didn't think I'd do it more than once.
Well, it's very Carrie from Sex in the City, if I may say. The Sarah Jessica Parker.
So is the hairstyle what you actually commissioned him to do? Or
yeah, that's like mid-90s, totally.
Or
Mid-90s,
did
early
they draw
2000s.
it differently than you intended?
Well, here's her hairstyle the first time he drew it. For reference, I chose a woman with Godiva hair, so it went down a bit longer. And I couldn't get him to draw it this long again. Like every time he drew it, like this length.
It does have princess treatment, that first one. This is more, the second one where you got the three side by side is more mid '90s Sarah Jessica Parker from Sex and the City show.
Huh.
The character is a sorceress from a magical fantasy world,
Right, which is what I
And-
got from this. Yes.
but she also does business on Earth. She travels between worlds all the time, and she and some people she's altered the appearance to look like her will make deals on Earth and run companies and everything.
Right. Now, see, these three look like Sarah Jessica Parker from Sex and the City. I'm sorry, but they do.
I've never actually saw that.
Well,
But I wonder if Daniel did.
I'm just saying, from what I've seen. Okay, you
And-
got to remember, I'm almost half a century old. I've seen some shit in my days.
And here's Takara, one of her daughters.
Oh yeah, that's a foxtail girl.
Yes.
I
get the feeling that-
lady.
I get the feeling the tails are a bit off given where they're supposed to be attached.
Yeah,
I
it
didn't
should
think
be
of
a
it.
more bushy tail, not two separate ones.
I like how each and every
What?
drawing is like you like pointing out like how
I
you
do
want it
like
one
the white
way,
rabbit.
and then Daniel drew it a different way, and then you hired him again, and he did it.
I do like the white rabbit in the background. Follow the white rabbit. You'll be alright.
The rabbit is technically in the foreground.
It looks like background. But okay. But yeah.
I suppose if he was covering the tail, that would be another story.
Well, he's behind the tail.
I wonder if just wondering if maybe. Do you think maybe sometimes you're having a hard time explaining?
Well,
Or-
I'm not the best at coming up with words. I'm a bit dyslexic, and
Yeah,
Well, that's
my
okay.
children-
I got Asperger's, so which is a form of autism. So
Yeah,
I mean, don't let me
diagnosed with
discourage you by
autism
any
as
means.
well. I think that's almost a requirement to be on the show is to have be dyslexic or have autism or some sort of kind.
You know, a lot of people, I say this a lot, but a lot of people don't know that about me, Lorenzo. So I don't know if they just don't pay attention or what. I know you do, bud. So I thank you for that. And I thank your guest here for, putting up with me and my little criticisms that don't really mean nothing because he's the artist here. So. Which is way better than my stick figure stuff that I draw. So. Just saying.
I kind of missed part of what you said about, I think, the drawing or something.
Oh yeah, my little stick figure drawings. Yeah, don't let my little criticisms discourage you. Because
Well, Daniel's the one Daniel, who's not here right now, is the one who drew this.
yeah,
It's just I
colored
think
and
it's kind of funny
shaded.
that each and every time Daniel, it seems like every time DS commissions Daniel to draw something, there's something a little bit off about it.
Anyway,
And
I kind of
that
got
seems to do with some of it seems to do with miscommunication, just like
the only thing I was gonna say is it looks like the white rabbit and the black pouch is behind the foxtail lady.
the white rabbit in the black hat.
Yes, is behind the foxtail lady that should have a bushy tail, not a double tail.
No, she's supposed to have a double tail. She's over 100 years old. Do you know the legend with Japanese foxes and they grow a tail every 100 years?
No. Yeah.
It's part of Japanese mythology where foxes are considered a mythical animal.
Right.
Like
I
you
knew that, but I didn't know
the nine-tailed
that part
fox
of it.
before.
I've heard of yes, I've heard of
Oh, okay.
Well, the
But
nine-tailed fox
I
would-
did
familiar.
not equate that with the picture until you just said something. Because to me, she should have a bushy foxtail, which looks like it's in front of the white rabbit, which, according to your interpretation I heard, the white rabbit and the top hat should be technically be portrayed in front of the foxtail, which it ain't in this picture.
Well, it should have been covering. It would be more obvious if it was covering part of her foxtail, so you could
Yes.
tell it was in front of her instead of behind.
Yes, because from this perspective, it looks like it's behind her.
And the wand thing kind of throws the thing off. But
Yes,
it is, but once again, I do like the idea of a rabbit holding a. That's kind of an interesting.
yeah. Anyway, Takara's story is like her mother. She's a sorceress, but she's also the child of a fox girl.
Okay, so yeah, so she's fox.
Yeah,
What?
she does. She's skilled at illusionary magic and has kind of a magician persona going for her. Like she does.
So she's a redhead. Does she steal souls?
No,
Okay, just had to make sure.
the blonde steals souls.
Bullshit. Just,
Okay, she doesn't so much steal them as she barters for them.
she bartered. There you go. That's a good one. I like that.
Anyway, this is the very first picture I commissioned from Daniel, and I paid him for colors. This was back before I learned to do it myself.
That's actually pretty good.
Anyway, I didn't realize how often I would be commissioning her, and I kind of got tired of her hairstyle because it was a pain in the ass to shade.
So explain this to us. Why did you go with that hairstyle with 3 different outfits? What were you thinking?
Well, I was just toying around with the colors, and this was just to showcase them.
Okay, to kind of see where your idea was.
Yeah, like I had commissioned, like you notice they're all the same pose. I commissioned him for one line art of this. I made it in several different colors and copied and pasted them so you could see them.
So, wait? Were you responsible for him for the change in her hair?
Well, I couldn't get him to draw like these front hair loops are supposed to be covering her breasts.
Oh, down on her titties. Okay, yeah.
You know, I said Godiva hair.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like Lady Godiva.
So you wanted a change in hairstyle, you wanted.
No, I couldn't get him to draw it the way I wanted it anyway. And I got tired of shading the curls, so
Okay.
I decided to give her more straight hair.
Oh, okay.
Oh, all right. So you went with a modern look. Right on.
Yeah, I mean, at her age, she would probably change her hairstyle every so often.
Yeah. Everybody has to every couple centuries, eh?
So why is it that Daniel wouldn't draw her hair longer?
I don't know.
Because this guy didn't want to shade it in. He just said that.
No, that was a different reason. Like, anyway, here, sometimes he puts more effort into it, like here he did.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, now that's detailed. Yes. Yeah. You got all them curls. Yeah.
He also insisted on giving her a railgun, despite the fact it makes no sense for what I wanted.
Yeah. Never mind the tickle bitties.
Yeah, I had a bit of an argument with him over the chest armor as well.
What armor? It looks like latex to me.
Yeah, I kind of wanted
Just
more.
saying.
I kind of wanted a more single piece sort of thing rather than molded fit like that. But
I'm not getting down on you. Just saying.
admittedly, it does fit with Lily's character. She would show off like that, even if it's in a glamour or illusion.
Hey, boys, here's my titties. How's it look? That's actually kind of funny. I like that in that character.
Anyway, originally when I created the character, well, I kind of retconned the character a few times. As I said before, I created her for a role play. And I decided at her age and given the culture she's from, it would be weird if she didn't have kids. Okay. She's an immortal sorceress, so she's been around long enough to have adult grandchildren.
And great-grandchildren, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, she's got 2 tails.
You know, Takara here, yes. Takara is an adult. She's over 100 years old, as evident by the tails.
Yeah, she don't give a F about her tail at this point.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, Dragon.
Hello.
Hey.
So all the kitties.
And also, hey, the Devil Flyer in the chat.
Oh,
Hey,
Devil
Devil.
Flyer in the chat?
Yes, he popped in like I
Wait,
don't know a
wait,
minute ago.
Devil Flyer.
And like
You
her
rep-
bodyguard here, this is a picture from a while ago. I probably should shade it again because I didn't really like this was early on before I got a hang of shading. But this bodyguard is also over 100 years old, and she's also from a species that sprouts a second tail after living 100 years, though she's a bit more sensitive about it. Also, her tail's still in the process of splitting.
Hmm.
Anyway, like Takara has a niece who is about her age. That's give you an idea of the gap between Lily's kids. Her elder half sister had a child around the same time she was born.
Hmm.
Like initially, I decided to give her one daughter who I was going to introduce in the role play, and I was going to surprise my partner about that. But we never actually got around to introducing her. And the role play has since ended, basically. It defunct at this point.
Defunct.
Well, yeah, she doesn't go visit the site anymore. We talk on Discord sometimes, but we aren't doing the role play anymore.
Well, you know what? As long as you got the baseline for the character, I mean, that's a good start.
Well, that's how this got started. The two of us, we came up with a few characters, and then we kept adding more and more characters and expanded the universe. And I came up with an idea for the universe as a whole, and kind of just grew from there.
There you go. That's what I'm saying. That's what you need, right?
So, what's this character's name?
This one, her name is Takara.
Oh, so this is Takara, and Lily's the blonde, right?
Yes, Lily is the blonde.
Oh, shit.
I've seen Lily a lot.
I was going to say Schmuff Muffin, but your name sounds better.
Anyway.
Because I've seen Takara as well, but
I need to come up with a name for Takara's niece.
Huh?
Part of her bio would be talking about her niece, who she views as a sister because they're similar ages.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, I'm going to head off. I meant to stop after finishing with Bowser's. I'll work on Peach next week.
Well, thanks for going on the panel.
Yeah.
No, that was actually some great work. I'm sorry if I criticized it too much, but no, that's some awesome work. It really is. So thank you for showing it up.
Yeah, thanks for being my co-host, and also drawing that. I mean, coloring that on air. Yeah, of course, Daniel drew it, but
yeah, Daniel drew it. He typically does that on Picardo, so I can give feedback as he draws and point out stuff he's forgotten. If I'm,
I like this. I like the fact that I know that he does commissions like Picardo. But I like the fact that he's literally drawing this in front of you, and he's still have a gripe with what he's doing, and somehow you guys aren't able to like.
I'll tell you all right now. Okay, I draw stick figures, so
when
I see you guys drawing actual stuff compared to what I used to do back in graphic arts class, trust me, y'all are very talented. So don't take what I say the wrong way. Okay, so.
Yeah, I don't want people to think that I dislike Daniel's artwork. I just find it interesting that there's typically some sort of miscommunication or something happens between what GS wants and what Daniel actually draws.
Yeah,
it's always artwork that Daniel draws.
It's always going to be between the person that dreams it up and the person that draws it up, right?
Yeah, this is Lily's new hairstyle. I just let her hair down, but she still keeps the front curls. Though they're shorter now.
No, that's fucking cute. I like her.
Yeah, I've got to get around to finishing shading this. kind of done it halfway, and
that's cute right there. Just saying.
this was around the time I kind of shut off and stopped really drawing stuff, coloring stuff, and everything. And
Well, you know what?
I broke from my schedule. I had used to post everything on. I used to post something on DeviantArt once a week.
Oh,
There's a schedule that kept
I
me.
remember that back from the early 2000s. So maybe you ought to go back to it because this is cute right there. I like that.
Yeah, the problem is I kind of burned out after a while. Like I initially started posting a chapter of my story every week.
Oh,
I kind of burned out by that, and I posted art. Like I took up coloring and shading so I could have some. Like I got requests for carbonite pictures, and a friend of mine would do rough sketches. I would trace it, and he was a fan of carbonite, but didn't have.
Shaders and this, that, and the third.
Yes.
I mean, yeah, okay.
Carbonate, is that like what Han Solo was?
Yes, carbonite. Yes, that's what I'm thinking.
I know like Daniel will draw like a bunch of like statues and
Well, he gets paid for that
robots.
often. I don't recall him ever doing that for his own project.
I mean, as far as I knew, if you wanted to draw carbonite, it took like 5 minutes, and all you needed was a big oversized pencil laid on its side, right, with like one of 4 pieces of the lead on the paper. So to me, that's carbonite drawing. So I don't know how y'all do it nowadays, but that's how it was back in the day, like back in the early 2000s, late 90s. So, yeah.
Anyway, this is Lily's new hairstyle. I'm going to be using it from now on. I probably should use her as a reference. Use this picture as a reference whenever I have Daniel drawing her again. But it's basically, letting her hair down. It just makes everything so much easier.
I like it. So you're saying Daniel doesn't like do like carbonite and stuff like that with his own stuff?
I didn't say that.
Okay, because.
But I don't recall. Well, I didn't recall him doing statues and stuff on his own for his own like the Muse Detective Agency or everything. Like
yeah.
I only recall him doing statues in carbonite once when somebody paid him to do it.
Okay.
Well, I wouldn't either. That's way too hard to do. So
Detective Muse doesn't have like carbonite, but it has where they kind of like wax figures, but I mean sort of, but like they're magic that people turn.
I actually don't remember.
To wax with magic, but I guess they don't like. I don't think like fire will melt them or anything like wax.
Fire doesn't melt
basically wax. Like wax figures. So it's got kind of along the same lines of like a statue or something carbonite, and that's wax figure.
Lorenzo, I want to thank you for having me on. Thank you so much. I do want to say you have Naruto Quattro 85 in the chat. So with that,
no, that's me.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time seeing the chat because of how.
Yeah, I posted the link to my DeviantArt account. So anyway, I need to stretch my legs. So see you later.
Yeah,
take care. Thanks for being on here.
I gotta go as well, Lorenzo. Thanks for having me on. I'm sorry if I offended anyone. That was not my intention.
I wasn't offended.
Neither was I. Good night, everyone.
Yep. Thank you, Lorenzo.
Good night.
Y'all have a good night.
Thanks, guys.
Okay. Bye.
Does anyone see the new Super Sentai? Ed?
You're saying has anyone in like? I think that's just the two of us. I don't know if anybody even watching right now. I don't know. I can't see, but if we have any viewers or not, but we might. But then the thing is, we get a lot of people with a replay. Like sometimes half the audience will be the replay. Half or more.
Why you do stream late?
Huh? I'm having a hard time hearing you. Did you walk into a different room?
Yeah, about 20 feet away from my mic.
Oh, that's what it sounded like. You were 20 feet away, but
Yeah. I saw the trailer of the new Crow movie. It does not look impressive.
yeah, I
You feel
wondered
like
if
my
there
question,
was
what does
like,
that mean? Did ChatGPT help them write this movie?
what
What's
about
the one thing
the
that I've seen things?
Super Sentai?
Things I shouldn't have.
What about Super
Now
Sentai?
the
Was
rest
that,
of the new Crow looks really emo.
yeah, what about Super Sentai? Was that better?
Yeah, like it's always in the first episode of the new season, but I think there's like only 2 or 3 episodes out. I like it so far. It's fun about having those really annoying kiddos, the stupid guy, the loud guy. Because I hate when they're like, "Oh, look at this kid, that's so stupid, laugh, ha ha ha." The fact that that insanely lowbrow humor.
You seem kind of like it seems like no matter what you watch, if there it's somehow annoys you. I don't know.
Yeah, like the new season it is good so far.
Okay, so it's not like,
Yeah, like I said, it's
or
fun. It's a
you're
little.
just, but they do. So they do have characters like that are kind of like,
Um,
or not. Like, or are you
Not in
talking
this
about?
season. In past seasons, they have
Oh, okay.
so Kyojo, the main killer was, the main red. The red was stupid, and in Ninja, it was well, people just say that season in general. Then in Kyojo, like the kid, the red one was really loud. Like people said that it'll bleed from watching it.
So it's kind of like it's so these are just, I don't know if they're exactly stereotypes, but they're like kind of like just seems like they're very simplistic type tropes, like you got and I don't even know if I use the right word for that either, but like you got this kind of reminds me of how there'll be shows and there's a villain, he'll always have like some sort of sidekick who's stupid or something like that, like
Pinky and the Brain. Yes, the Pinky and the Brain. One is a
oh
genius.
yeah, no, that one they did a really good job with, but or like say Tennessee Tuxedo, there was Tennessee who had all these like, and then there was Tennessee, and then there was Chumley. Now, I think Chumley came across. I don't know which of them was smart and which was stupid. Now that I think about it, I rewatch it because Chumley kind of sounded stupid, but I'm trying to think of like the sort of ideas that Tennessee Tuxedo would come up with. You know what I'm talking about? You ever watch that?
Wait, what show is this?
It might have been from the King Leonardo and his short subjects. And then there was the King and Odie.
I don't think I've seen that.
Oh wow! So this is something from like when my mom was a kid, but we had this we had this local TV show where there was this guy, this actor who wasn't, I don't think he was ever very successful. His name was Don Melvoin, but he had these different characters he'd play on local television, like Deputy Don was the name of this particular show, where he would he'd play this deputy, and one of those shows where there's like kids in the audience, and they and I think the show maybe was broadcast live, or I don't know exactly. Could have been taped, but he'd show these cartoons, and I don't know if he'd show it on a big screen or what, and there'd be kids in the audience, and it's kind of hard to describe. But like he would show all these like old school like cartoons. I think Pee Wee Herman kind of did something similar. But this guy's personality was totally different than Pee Wee Herman, and like very
Honestly, I'm not
super
even
low
a,
budget TV. Huh?
Yeah, because I find it annoying when they just rely upon stupid to be funny in some shows.
Yeah. There would be trying to think of some, or like you got like some Disney movie, some old Disney movie or whatever. Well, maybe some new ones, and you got like you. But just I know a lot of times that the sidekick would just be like a complete moron.
Oh, how in Very Odd Parents they told Cosmos. I'm sorry, not Cosmos. Cosmo into an idiot.
Cosmo from what?
Fairly Odd Parents. The fairy.
Oh yeah. So he didn't start off that way.
No.
Okay, yeah, I'd like to rewatch that. I wonder if it's on Hulu still. I think maybe it was for a while. They had some Nickelodeon stuff on Hulu, I think.
I don't find the Three Stooges funny. It's like, oh look, they're just enjoying each other. Like, how is this
funny? Some of their stuff turned out to be classic. Like they had this song where it was based upon some alphabet. It was some alphabet song, but the weird thing it wasn't one for children, but I think it was one that I think used to be popular at colleges and stuff, because with college students, because it's like, and there's a part in there where it sounds like they're going to say the F word. They don't, but it's like they're, for every letter in the alphabet, I think it's like, might be like fee, 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 or what, they're just like pronouncing but they I'm not getting that right. I don't even know I don't know if I could show the skit or if it's copyrighted, but it's been referenced in a lot of stuff. Even like King of the Hill did a reference to it.
Yeah.
Or they had one scene in a movie where they're speaking in Yiddish, and there's like
the dramatic language spoken by Jews.
Yeah.
Yiddish.
Yeah, and they're engaging in some pretty clever wordplay. Like if I.
The only reason
I was looking it up, and
because of the fact that they like to use the insults on TV shows.
What on TV shows?
There's various TV shows where they like to use the Yiddish insults. Putz.
Yeah. Well, I think what had happened was a lot of Jewish people were involved in vaudeville, and there was a whole Yiddish theater scene in like New York, but there was also one in in England. I don't know if it was London or where, but there was. But I think that's how there's so many Jewish people in the show business. That was kind of It's like with Roma or gypsies. That entertainment was the thing that Jewish people could do, is become like a musician or a actor or comedian or whatever, and that's maybe a traditional.
Gypsies, traps, and thieves.
Oh yeah,
From
yeah.
the people in the village.
So I think that was a thing, is that I think with the Jewish people and the Roma or gypsies, that they I think that like being a musician or being an entertainer was something that that those ethnic groups were a way that they could make money. It's kind of weird though, because like also like the Jewish people could charge interest. And it's like, oh, you could be a lawyer, or you could be a doctor, or like a musician. It's like, doesn't seem like it didn't seem like the musician thing would be like always. That seemed like that would be the thing that wouldn't necessarily, or be an artist. That doesn't, like a visual artist or whatever. It doesn't seem like something that's going to necessarily pay off, like compared to being a doctor or a lawyer. Once again, I want to make it clear for the audience, I'm not saying all Jewish people are doctors or lawyers or bankers or even artists
Well,
or
those silly. A lot of them
actors,
just want
but
Hollywood.
it was some traditional thing, like even like the Irish Travelers or the Tinkers. I don't know if that's a slur or not.
Well, let's face it, the Jews do value education a lot.
Oh, it's interesting because yeah, there's like Jewish people who will like, who can like some, I don't know if it's like Orthodox, some certain Orthodox Jews who like can switch between like English to Yiddish to Hebrew and back and like switch around between those three languages like within the same conversation. Like, and so I'm wondering if like just like say like studying the Torah, it's just like studying the Bible and the Talmud and stuff, and big emphasis on learning on learning Hebrew, and then I think Yiddish might have been used for like some of the commentaries. I don't know on. So
I mean, if you've been speaking of 3 different languages, well, since you've been a child, I guess it would become easy to you.
yeah, and then with comedy though, Yiddish really has it has a certain rhythm to it, like
No, a lot of languages are like that.
yeah, and it's just
Unless you're talking about Polish.
yeah,
Because they have no sentence structure in Polish.
There's no what no sentence structure.
No, probably because of the fact that you can actually, the fact that I think they like nouns. Some also how some, sorry, how some like just have words that mean more than just what's going on. It's like it could be the noun and the verb.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's because they have lots of those. Because there's like this whole thing where it was like, well, what you're doing might change the verb as well. It's like, why?
I
can make fun of Polish, or my dad's side is from Polska.
I've tried looking at the Polish try to, whenever I try to like pronounce a Polish word, it's just, and look at all the letters, it just like kind of, it's very difficult for my brain to comprehend like some of these. I don't know if Czech is more Like if their alphabet's more phonetic.
Oh, Polish is super phonetic.
Oh, is it? It's. I guess it's just
Yeah.
that I just
Most
don't know the
languages are phonetic.
pronunciation of the
It's just that
letters.
English isn't because, our language got butchered.
Oh well, English is like the some the writing system is like kind of nuts. I mean,
Yeah, they had because we had a vowel shift, but not every vowel and every word got shifted with it. I mean, let's face it. Not to mention we're very inconsistent on how to even change a vowel from a short to a long one. It's like, which vowel do you add or not? Because bank versus, like, say, lame, meat versus meat.
wow.
The fact that A makes what 5 that sounds, I think. Is it
Wait, do
5?
you say meat versus meat? Because like
Meat
then
versus meat because of how you spell it. MEAT.
yeah. Now, do you pronounce those two words differently? Because I don't know if I do.
No. And then the fact that, okay, let's face it,
Because I
the fact
wondered
that the
like if there
vowels
were.
are just, so screwed up, but the fact that sometimes it's CH could become well, no reason, like machine.
Oh yeah.
I mean, there's like no consistency in English anymore.
And then there's all those silent letters that used to be pronounced like if somebody gets an old King James like original King James version, not before the. I mean, people say, "Oh, people might think it was just the spelling that was changed," but they actually Cambridge and Oxford revised the King James version in the I think it was the 1800s,
And
and
then the fact, but then
that's
again,
when they
it's
changed the
English.
spelling. The original King James versions, though, I think were phonetically spelled.
Yeah. Well,
So,
like I said, we between Webster and a few others, English really got butchered.
so when you look at like an old King James Bible where where before the spelling was updated, which didn't really doesn't really improve anything. It just, I mean, it makes it easier for us to read now, but it wasn't like the spelling now is any better. It's just, but they would pronounce those. It would be like with German where there's an e at the end of the word and you actually pronounce it. In English, there's a lot of times where there'll be an e and you won't pronounce it at all. Like so, like with the word spoke. Wouldn't that be like something like,
Love,
yeah?
dove.
And I think those words, I think, yeah, and those like, well, even in Scots English, so instead of walked, it's walked, and I think the variant like would have been walked. I mean, I think the way that like old that was not old, but like say maybe like Middle English, or maybe I don't know if it would have been early modern English as well, or if they had stopped pronouncing it then. But when they used to pronounce the end of those word endings, I mean,
Yeah,
before those letters
once you
turned
learn to read
silent,
Polish, it's not really that intimidating.
like in Southern England, I think it would be something like walkhead, and I think like in Scots English, it would be walkhead, for walked. I could be wrong.
Yeah. Okay. You know how when you look in the dictionary with how J is actually spelled as a DZ with that fancy
Oh
Z.
yeah, with the like the phonetic guide.
Yeah. In Polish, the J sound is a DZ with a stress mark over the Z.
Oh, okay, so it's kind of like okay, so it is.
Why? Oh, you know how Spanish and for the most part English use the H to change the sound of letters. You know, like k to ch, s to sh.
Oh, okay, yeah,
Oh, and with Italian, the you know,
yeah.
Polish uses these.
Okay, so I see what you're so it is more like what they.
Yeah, because
I
it's
don't know if it's be the
because it's,
international phonetic alphabet, but like the sort of phonetic alphabet that one would, or phonetic spellings one would see in
yeah, because they have
maybe
like
like what
CZ and
Maybe like
SZ.
Webster's dictionary or something, or some other. I can't think of it.
I mean,
There's so
heck,
many different dictionaries. I
you
can't remember which uses which system.
you probably couldn't even spell a 5 letter. You probably couldn't even pronounce a 5 letter name in Polish. I mean, how would you? Okay, PAWE and an L with a diagonal line through it. How would you pronounce that?
So that's the problem that I've run into. So it's phonetic, but it's just really
Yeah, like I said,
it
how would you
would just
pronounce
be really difficult for English.
PAWE?
Is like these consonant
Yeah,
clusters
yeah,
that
yep.
we
So
so
how
that
would you?
explains why Esperanto has so many consonant these
Mhm.
weird like. Well, I mean, what in English would be considered weird consonant clusters, and English has its share of consonant clusters. Like some languages, I don't even think necessarily have consonant clusters. Like I don't think Japanese has the sort of consonant clusters we have in English. I could be wrong.
No,
Like there's
because
a
if
lot
you ever look
more
at
like
the
vowels.
yeah, because closest you get is a consonant Y. Because even if you do have a say a N, a consonant, a Y, the N would most likely have been the end of a previous syllable.
I think like
Because they don't have it sounded here like wold.
I think there's
Same
like
is true
words
like lots
names
of
like
italics languages.
there's names like was it like Tatsuki or something? I mean, isn't that like a Japanese name? But so there are constant clusters, but it's
Yeah, but there's a reason. Yeah, but it's like
somehow
like
the
it
U,
usually
huh?
there's a whole thing with the OU. Well, if it's a OU, you do a elliptical on the O. Consonants, well, CH is only used for a ch. Pretty
What
much
language are you
you
talking about now?
only Japanese.
Okay.
Although apparently there's like two main ways to Romanize it. Because the other way that the Japanese have it for themselves is a J is a ZY.
Hmm.
I think it might be rooted in the how one of the phonetic writing system. Because you
Oh,
know how
like
they have like 3 writing systems.
yeah. There's like was it Hiragami,
Yeah, it's like
Katakana, and then the kanji, which is like the old
yeah, because you have like one for
based
like
on
the writing
Chinese.
system where everything has its own set
Hey,
of
Apex Comics, welcome. Got the link in the chat.
own set of symbols. Then you have the phonetic spelling, and then you have the phonetic spelling
Hmm.
for phone words. Because if you ever look at that, it's like you cannot you cannot ever say "see." It will be "she." It's always "she," never "see."
I know that, like,
So
there's
yeah. So they would. So the way they will spell that would be always a "si." Why the half romanization is a close to "shi."
huh. I'm starting to space out a little bit. I know that there's like, it seems like the U in words are sometimes like just not pronounced at all, or it doesn't, or it's not pronounced like a U in English.
Like I said, an OU is a lip code O. Then you have
What
the
is it?
course the whole TS. Well, the like tsunami, where you have a little whistling sound in it.
Oh, because I don't even hear it at all, really. Because that
Yeah,
sound,
well, let's face it. I don't think with English speakers they would really do that.
hey Cthulhu.
It's like also the fact that Japanese do not use their teeth when they're pronouncing F's.
Huh. Yeah, the
Yes,
sound,
so it's foo, not foo.
I can see why it's I can see why Japanese people often have a hard time pronouncing English when the sounds are, there's a lot of sounds that are like a bit different, and then there's like,
Well, let's face it, Germanic languages and Slavic languages have more sounds than most other languages.
yeah,
I mean, think about it. It's like Germanic languages tend to have 10 plus vowels. Why? Try finding a average. Why most languages don't even seem to get even up to 9. It's like, I mean, Italian you have a, e, o, and u.
yeah,
Why Japanese you have a, e, o, u, and oh wait, did I forget? Oh, I forgot in Italian. Then again, lots of Asian and Polynesian languages have, well, East Asian and Polynesian languages tend to have the no really short vowels other than eh.
yeah.
Not to mention they don't. And not mention lots of them don't have the th sound. Then again, even various European languages don't have the or the like Germanic languages.
Yeah, there's like the and the. Does German even have those sounds? I I
I
don't
think they
know.
do.
I thought I thought those sounds were like, I thought there wasn't that
I know.
th sound,
Maybe maybe it's the Scandinavian ones that do.
because I think maybe German did it at some point, or
Okay, because we dropped a few letters because of the printing press didn't have them. So I don't think they might have, because we used to have like this D like thing. It look
grunt sounds.
with a line through the top from I think nose.
Oh,
I can't remember if that was. I think that might have been the.
okay.
And then the printing press they just replaced it with a Y. So it's not ye, it's Old Tavern. It's the Old Tavern.
Oh yeah, it looks like Yeah, it looks like a Y, but it's
But it's not because, like I
yeah.
said, the German printing press did not have all
Grunts.
those. Yeah, they didn't have all those all those Scandinavian letters that we had in English.
Vowels are made up of grunt sounds.
Well, some of them, like
Well, but that's a diphthong,
with
right?
Polish, their vowels are good. They have the standard R, A, E, O, and U, but they also have. Okay, you know how sometimes in English and in ancient Greek, you have the Y that's a between a and an I, like Nix or Gym, Olympics. Polish also has that, and so do a few other languages. They also have a with a tail that's a cross between A and R.
Okay, so that's why I have such a hard time like trying to figure out how to pronounce. When I look at Polish and I see it, there's just
But you also have all those Germanic languages with all these stress marks, the umlaut, putting a diagonal line through the O.
I'd say English is pretty complex.
Because if you don't know how to read the
Stuff,
diacritics
too.
and the what are those things called? When you have two consonants together, that changes to sound like CHSH. What is that called? Diaphthongs?
I know there's diphthongs.
Oh, yeah, what they're called. Like I said,
But
why we have CH and SH, Polish has CZ, SZ.
But diphthongs like two vowels that are kind of like
There might be diaphthong, I think. Something like that.
Like a diphthong is like with the OU and house, ow,
Yeah.
or like ooh, that's you.
Yeah,
It's
kind of like
kind
just
of
needlessly
you're
complicated.
sliding the two letters, two sounds together.
Yeah.
Two separate sounds that are just being slurred together. It would be really, really difficult to learn if one's language doesn't have those. If they only have pure vowels, it would be very difficult. I would think it would be very difficult to pronounce.
Meanwhile, like I said, with English, we just stick vowels together and you have to guess what they all.
We could definitely use a spelling reform. Noah Webster tried, but I think it was just kind of a half-assed reform. So typically,
then you have idiots like say,
something more. I'll just use like the Canadian way a lot of times, or I don't even know when I'm spelling things how to spell things because there's just because I used to like.
I love people's defense of why we shouldn't change the spelling. Well, Civil War soldiers could hopefully spell. So why can't these kids hopefully spell? Are you really comparing a 5-year-old to an 18-year-old?
I don't think a lot of people
stupid. Not to mention the fact that back then they would have. Yeah, not to mention back in the Civil War, there was way less words.
Back in the
because like I said, they were comparing the fact that the definitive reason we shouldn't change the written language because if soldiers back in the Civil War didn't have problems, what then kids nowadays they shouldn't. It's like really comparing kids and dogs. Not to mention the fact that back then education was mostly voluntary, so you would want to. So if you learn to read, because you'll be more like right. You will more likely be inclined to actually, being having spelling things correctly.
No, Webster wouldn't have like come up with his dictionary where he changed the spellings. Had the had
Like strictly all
had the
E.
spelling like been like easy to remember
Yeah, but he like
and
he
use.
nug into like enough because he wanted it to be softer. The only thing he really did, I think, was he put the all E because like
He
and
did that. He
tray
removed the
got
U
put into
from.
and tool.
I typically just add those letters back because like those words like center with an E at the end and color
Well,
with
don't
a
forget.
U. Those are Anglo-French words, and
Yeah, well, don't forget
it actually
with the whole
lets you know the
censor
word
and
or
so
origin. But when he
they
removes it, you can't tell if is this from French or is it from Saxon or
well the whole E
or
all E
Norse or
thing
what.
we just flipped it.
When there's a OU, well, you know for sure that's okay. That was a word that we got from the Normans, and so you can. I don't know. It helps me figure out the meaning of a word too, like or the etymology behind a word. If I know what language it's, I don't know. At least I think it does.
Screw the etymology. I just want the world to be spelled like it's I want consistent spelling.
Well, that would be nice. I'm just saying that. Like Noah Webster's reforms don't really impress me that much because it was just like so half-hearted. Why even put in er? Doesn't even make any sense anyway because it's not an e sound. It's isn't that like a schwa? And that he's using an e for. You should have put something else in there like upside down e or whatever they use in dictionaries for that. I can't remember what
Well,
they
the thing is, why was file not changed to ER like censor and enteral?
I mean, it doesn't make any sense. I mean, it's no. Sometimes they'll
Yeah,
use like if I'm on Twitter. I don't know if it might have been Noah Webster. I don't know who it was. It was one of the spelling reformers would spell through THRU. No, if I've got like a character limit, sometimes I'll go and use that sort of shorthand, but often I'll just use like I'll use like a Canadian spelling check or British or whatever because
I think the reason why a lot of adults don't want us to change the spellings because they're too stupid. To actually switch over. It's like, I don't want. It's like, I want kids spelling correctly, but not if it affects me.
Wait, what about spelling things correctly?
Okay, here's the thing: adults want kids to be well educated as long as it doesn't affect them. So if we change the spelling, they will complain because it would affect them.
Well,
It's like, well,
the thing
like,
is,
I'm too stupid.
the cursive view that I was taught in school, nobody like hardly any. I don't think most people like completely use it. Like they go and use some sort of hybrid between. Like some people use a hybrid between cursive and printing. Well, why not just use like there's something called italic cursive that you can print or have some of the letters connect, not all of them necessarily, and it's a lot more legible as far as I'm concerned. It's a lot more. It's more legible than this modern italic cursive. I'm not talking about the real fancy italics, but I think it's a lot more. I can read it a lot better than I can cursive I mean, the
Like I said, you got so many of these
the other
idiots
kind
that
of
are like,
cursive that I guess there's probably multiple kinds of cursive.
well, let's face it, humans are selfish, but they like to pretend they're not.
Yeah. Well,
Especially the left.
like it seems like everybody's cursive is so different, and they're printing or whatever. Why? And I think some schools are using this italic cursive, which when I was trying that with when I was doing some trying to improve my handwriting and using italic cursive, it looked far more legible.
Mm.
Trying to let's see it.
I mean, look at all these people that are like, oh, look, Rose, sanctuary city, clap, clap. But as soon as they actually have to deal with, actual illegal immigrants, they start complaining. It's like they want the cake and eat it too. But they want to eat the cake and then have more cake. It's all vulture signaling.
Let's see, I've got. I wonder if I can. Oh.
Have you ever seen Night Court?
I've seen the original Night Court. I heard there was a reboot.
Yeah. With the one that plays Bernadette from The Big Bang Theory. She's Judge Stone's daughter.
You haven't seen. So from.
The thing is, you only have 6 people back. Was it 6? I think only 6 of the viewers are cast members. And that's only if you counting 2 people. Well, let's see. Wikipedia lists 2 people as main characters, despite the fact they only won in 1 episode.
So this right here, that I got on the screen, I'm not sure if this is. This is closer to what I was talking about. There's different variants, but well, I mean, there's all sorts of different kinds of italics, is my understanding. But this, the letters can and spots connect, and it's. I don't think you have to connect them. But I think I think it's like teaching kids to write this way. Maybe when not every kid's gonna be as good at it. Their brain's not. It's not necessarily going to be as fancy as others, but I don't think it makes sense with the way in school that with when I was a kid, where like here you learn to print and then you have a totally different kind of cursive. Whereas this is like,
oh wow, it's almost 2:00.
Yeah. But like a writing system, both as far as spelling and even our cursive, like printing system, like that all could be streamlined a lot more.
Yeah, but like I said, people will complain because it affects them.
Yeah, they'd rather have
the fact that they want kids to do better at school.
Yeah, they'd rather have stuff that like nobody can read. Like I can't read a lot of handwritten letters. like a lot of the it's really difficult the way that a lot of people were taught in school, like people, like isn't a very easy way to write, and the handwriting then becomes illegible because it's such a
Well, at least it's not as bad as the idiot's attempt to do Common Core, well, expand Common Core. Common Core 2.0. Well, a stupid math teacher, and the other teachers like, let's re-standardize the way we teach math and reading and writing, and then it actually fails because
math?
Yeah,
because I
because
remember there was
the
something
problem
called
is
new math before, and then
yeah. Okay, here's the problem. There's no standard way of doing it because they decided because these idiots, and yes, I don't care how well they do it. I don't care about the math skills. These legit idiots think that they should just instead of coming out with a standard way and then just have it, and then work with the politicians to get that standard way. No, they don't do any of this stuff. Oh, instead of let's rolling out state by state at slow pace, let's just force it upon everyone at the same time. And then a bunch of these states, because money, decides to just do whatever they want. The people that print the books because money. So yes, these people are idiots because
I don't even know what they're doing with it.
Because like I said, there's no standard way of doing it. It was just done willy nilly based upon the states and the printing press. The people that make the books. So they're stupid because they thought they could actually.
Is Common Core is that math or is that a number of topics where they?
Number topics like it. Well, it used to be standards, but they try to change how to teach math, reading, and writing. But since they decide to do it all at once, and like, okay, if you do this stuff, we'll give you money. And then, of course, because these people are morons, people took advantage of it.
Why?
Because apparently, despite learning from, instead of being able to learn from history and learning that people would take advantage for it, oh no, we're not going to think about that. Because, like I said, I don't care what. I don't care how many new forms of math you come out with. If you can't even figure out that doing something that will affect literally the whole country, pretty much most of the country, and not realize that it could go horribly wrong, you are a moron. I mean, look at the Democrats and their attempt to help people. It's like, oh yeah, we want to help people, and now it gone horribly wrong.
Thanks, Mubarak, for wishing us good luck.
Because look what happened when the Democrats wanted to help people pay for the colleges. A bunch of colleges just increased the price of the colleges because the government will pick up the tab. And then we have a bunch of federal loans. Yeah. And instead of undoing this crap, it's like, oh, what are we going to do? Loan forgiveness.
It sounds like when we have conversations, it sounds like you're upset about everything.
Yeah, because
it's kind of like the Andy Rooney. I don't know if you remember that old guy, Andy Rooney, who he was on 60 Minutes at the end of he'd be on at the end of the show and he'd just get this rant going about, do you ever notice that? And then just go into this thing that just completely drove him crazy. Every week he'd have this short thing, and it was about something that was annoying, something about this or that in society or whatever that drove people, that drove him crazy, and it was relatable though. Do you remember that guy though?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, when people keep doing stupid things year after year,
yeah,
and doing it because we are doing something,
Yeah, yeah, it's good
Oh
to. I
yeah,
mean, it's
you're
good to
doing
have
something to make things
people
worse.
critique that. It's
Like
just good to
because
kind of.
remember how they wanted to how okay, so this married couple was like, oh, we want to help people relieve the pain. Okay, and the Democrats like, okay, we'll help you. And now we got opioid epidemic. Because no one could because again, nobody could decide to think about how this could have been how helping people get
Well, it was
relieve the pain through
somewhere.
drugs could end up going badly.
Yeah, it was where some people were in so much pain that they were thinking of like self-deleting, so they
Yeah, it's like,
prescribed
oh,
them
let's help this
opioids. But I
small.
think in the long
Okay, this is
term,
Democrat.
I think
We
the
will help
problem
this
with
small part of
opioids
the
is in the long term.
yeah.
They don't. I don't think they work as well after time goes on. So this is an entertainment show. Arts and entertainment doesn't. We
Yeah.
don't. This isn't medical or legal advice or anything. On the
Yeah.
show, but it's minors. I could be wrong, but I've heard
Well, you have all the. It's just the Democrats have a
just kind
problem and
of
want to help a fraction of the population and then screw everyone else over why they're doing it.
yeah, but with the opioids, I've heard that some people they'll like be real helpful at first, but then the body builds up tolerance to it, and so
Oh,
then it gets
I built up tolerance to almost to lots of
well. People
medicines.
can build up tolerance to weed, but there's a gazillion different strengths. I think and the
Yeah.
strains, and there's side effects with that as well. Again, I'm not a doctor, but anything can have side effects. It seems like
Hmm.
just about anything you can build up tolerance to.
Yeah, because I built up like a tolerance to almost every freaking sleep aid or whatever medicine.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think the issue with opioids is they're so addictive that you don't want to build up tolerance to that, and people ended up getting hooked on. No, I'm not sure what the solution is because if somebody's been on those opioids for like decades and they were like just suddenly to go off of those, that would be like that could I think that could cause some serious problems to their body, serious withdrawal. Again, not speaking, no medical expertise here. Just
Yeah, it's like people. It's like we want to help people, but we're never gonna think anything through. Because then you have the Republicans who, on the head, do like practically nothing. Seems like they're too afraid to do anything.
well, what is it like that Ativan and Valium? I can't think of what family of drugs that is, but those are ones too that were once. I think Jordan Peterson he ended up getting hooked on those
Mm-hmm.
because it's
Because not only was the doctor was like pharmacy, it was like it was a whole just screw up of the medical community. Because again, we want to help a small percentage of the population to the point that it will affect 99% of the rest of the population. And yet the Democrats keep doing this over and over again.
well.
Let's help less than 1% of the population. Screw the rest of the population.
Well, I'm not sure. Like someone taking an Ativan or a Valium is gonna like screw up 90% of the population, but
Yeah, but like I said, they wanted to help people with pain, and now we have the opioid. They wanted to help people with pay off their colleges, and now the pricing is just through the roof. And it's like
well,
it seems like you idiots who vote for Democrats are voting for them to fix the problems they created in the first place.
Well, I think I think the issue, from what I've heard, is like in Germany, like people, like certain people go to a gymnasium as like a prep school, and if they're on the track to go into college, but other people will go to other students will go to like a trade school.
Yeah. The problem
And
about us
in
is
the
that we
US,
got so
like
obsessed with
every
college.
student's supposed to
because
go
of-
to college.
Yeah. The thing is, we got too obsessed with
And-
college, pushed by the government, most likely to make more money.
Well, then I've heard that these colleges will have like, I've heard some of these like fancy colleges will have like maybe like lobster dinners and stuff to just try to lure people over, and so like everything like just costs money, you know. And I don't know. I mean, I don't have like really. That was just like some sort of anecdotal story that somebody was telling me. I don't know if that's true about the lobster dinner, you know. But like if,
Mhm.
but it sounds like there's with this all these colleges, and if everybody's supposed to go to college, it's going, and they have to compete against each other.
Meanwhile, in
The
Japan,
competition is
when you
not
want
low
you to get into high
so-
school, you have to pass tests. You know, an entrance exam. Can you imagine doing that in the US? How much of an uproar that would cause? Because let's face it, Democrats just want to pass you rather than not you actually are loaning anything. Because no child left behind.
Well, I heard, I don't know if it was the Common Core or what, but so I
Well,
heard
originally Common Core was just standard.
his parents' kid had a teacher who was really fun, and then the next semester the teacher, I mean, and then you know, it was really fun, and I think the student was learning stuff, but then all of a sudden, like there was no fun in the class, and
Because
like,
of Common
the
Core
teacher wondered what was
2.0 ruined
happening,
everything.
and the reason is because that the teacher had to teach all this stuff that was like just so that the kids could pass this tests. It wasn't though.
Yes, because
It wasn't
they
about.
don't teach you to
It wasn't
learn.
about like.
They teach you how to take tests.
Yeah,
now.
yeah. It wasn't
That's the
about like.
problem about Common Core 2.0, which I hate when people
Yeah.
like, oh, well, Common Core is just standards. No, I'm talking about Common Core 2.0, the stupidity of it.
But we already,
Because again,
so even back in the 90s or late 80s or whatever, in Michigan we had this MEP test, and it was just like it would be kind of so disruptive to go and take this stupid standardized test instead of like actually like say learning something in the classroom.
yeah, like I said, because it went from standards to we're just gonna we want to do all these new things but we're not gonna actually have a set way of doing it, and ultimately just falls to each state how they do it.
Yeah, yeah. And so Michigan had the Michigan Educational something or other, I can't remember. It was called the MEP test, which
Yeah, so that's why we have all this really fuck up math
and I
because
think
of
this
the lack
was
of
before this Common Core 2.0 or whatever you're talking about. I think that was later on, but even back
because
then,
that's just the more modern because
yeah,
like I said, a bunch of
even back when I was
stupid
in school,
idiots who like
and I'm a
because
and I'm
basically
a
these you
middle-aged
have
man,
these
and back when I
professional.
was in school, we had these stupid
Yeah.
we had stupid standard. I mean, I didn't
So
some of
okay,
those tests I didn't
so
really
originally
mind. Some of them I didn't, you know, but like it was just looking back on things that I probably could have been doing like something more productive in school.
yeah, because they're always like, oh, why can't we be more like that country? But they never do it. It's like we want to be more like this country and this country in some regards, but then they don't actually want to do it because like they do integrated math in other countries, but no, we can't do that. We have to have algebra 1, algebra 2, blah blah blah.
And how they do that in other countries?
So it's like they want to be like other countries without actually understanding those countries.
The Michigan Educational Assessment Program
Because,
Me-
like I said,
was a
it's like, why can't we be?
standardized test. The test was taken by all public school students in the U.S. state of Michigan. I at first I saw the U.S. and it's like it wasn't. That doesn't even make any sense because it's Michigan, but it's the U.S. state of Michigan. From elementary to middle junior high school, from 1969 to 70. Well, wait a second. I wasn't even born then. Oh, school year to the from the 19 so starting with that school year to the 2013-2014 school year. Okay, I see. I see why they have that, because the school year starts the school, they call it the school year, but it starts in the middle of the year, which is kind of stupid to begin with, but that's how things are. Just because
Well,
of
because
summer,
summer
winter break.
vacation.
For high school students, the MEP test was replaced in 2006 to 2007 school year by the Michigan Merit Exam. Oh boy. Wonder if that's when. Oh, and that was related to the No Child Left Behind Act.
Yes, which was just like I said, a terrible thing because they just now want to graduate you regardless of whether or not you actually learn anything. It's like we want to be like this country. You mean the country? Which country? The country where they don't force their students, the kids, to go to high school. The country another country, they don't force the kids to go to high school, but they have to pass tests to get into college. Which country do you want to be like? And why is it that you say you want to be like these countries, but you don't want to be? You say that, but you don't understand them, and you really don't want to be like them. You just like, oh, I'm so jealous of this country.
So DJ Downey says, "Don't worry, I'm alive," and he licked an overhead power line and cured his Down syndrome.
Because
I'd be negligent as a host if I didn't say
oh yeah, the stuff on
don't
public in
don't
Japan.
lick a power line. That's not you can't cure Down syndrome licking a power line. In fact, this none of this counts as medical advice. I'm just saying.
Yeah, because it's a
Line,
physical condition. You'll
it
literally
has to do
it's
with a
based upon your
chromosome.
DNA. Yeah.
Chromosome. Ah.
Yeah, because let's face it, it's like, oh, you want to compare the US to Japan in high school. Don't forget the the high suicide rate.
It's chromosomal. Yeah,
Or
that's
how they said we
the thing
want.
is the things with the problem with Japan with all these companies where you and now some I'm not saying all Japanese, I don't mean all Japanese companies, but there's quite a few Japanese companies where you have to work a ton of hours, and
Basically, you
you
get
might have
eaten
to
up and spit out.
stay till the boss leaves, or maybe I'm thinking of Korea. I don't, but like the work ethic is different, and it doesn't. It's not, and I've heard it's not all companies, but there was a lawyer I was listening to who was talking about this because of some of these VTuber agencies. Hey,
Yeah, because have you ever seen was it Zom 100?
Good afternoon. What did you say about
Where are
100?
you that afternoon? 'Cause that would have to be
Hong Kong.
more. Oh yeah, that would. Yeah, I was gonna say China.
So yeah, it's so that I probably should get some sleep since it's past 2 a.m.
Okay.
Good talking with you.
Talking with you.
Now, where is there a
Night,
place
everyone.
to find you?
Just Dragon Theory on Twitter, which I don't really use that much.
Yeah, I don't see you on there much.
Also, well, it doesn't help when it decides to just turn off the push notifications. Thank you, Twatso, and your inept programmers.
It's interesting. So yeah, I sometimes will just turn that off myself on the app because I get so many
It's been doing this before
notifications.
Elon even bought it.
Huh?
Because let's face it, I said it's been doing this before, well before Elon even bought Twitter.
Yeah.
So it's the ineptness of the pre-Elon morons.
Well, and now people are getting banned from Twitter for like all sorts of like really like they're getting banned for silly reasons again, and the banning might be worse now, and the bots seem worse now.
It also could be because a bot is handling the things.
Huh?
I said it could be because a bot is handling it.
Yeah, but yeah, that's a possibility too. Well, and he's got that woman who was from the ad agency, I think. He put her in, who had like worked with, what was it? Was it the UN or and worked on the?
Oh, the UN is so useless. In fact, I think if Trump becomes president again, he should just sue the UN for all money back due to how much it got wasted. I mean, the fact that one part of the UN is literally supports terrorism.
Well, that's.
But we need to help people. Why should we give you money if it goes to terrorists?
But doesn't the U.S. government do that as well?
Yeah, well,
I think that's
those.
the problem. But yeah, I mean, yeah, it's just because one agency
You mean
does
the ones where
doesn't
that
mean the
are
other should.
connected to Israel for some reason? Yeah, we need to get rid of the DOJ, the CIA, the FBI.
So the woman in charge of Twitter is well, let's see, Linda. I can't even pronounce her name.
How's it spelled?
Yaccarino. I mean, that should be easy to pronounce, but I don't know if that's Italian or
I thought she was Asian.
maybe it's Asian.
I think. Unless they changed it. Who the person is.
So she's from Deer Park, New York, so that doesn't really help. But she worked at Turner Entertainment. She was she played a key role in the launch of the Peacock streaming service. But here, she joined the Ad Council in 2014 and assumed the position that's funny, of the chair of the Ad Council's board of directors in January 2021. 14. I'm going to skip over that. Anyway, as chair, she partnered with the Biden administration in 2021 to create what George would call potato chips campaign that featured.
Oh yeah, you mean where they force people to take poison?
Well, they're just potato chips.
Plays most medicine is
George's
poison.
Show. In 2018, President Trump appointed her as President's Council on Sports, Fitness, and Nutrition. What's the qualifications for that?
I don't know.
I don't know. Like,
Well,
what's her degree? Like, she's a media executive. Is what
I don't know.
Wikipedia. This is all from Wikipedia. Wikipedia. So, I mean, it's got this. So here's the deal that she was a
I mean, let's face it. I mean, have you listened to the side effects of some of these freaking medicines?
oh she follows she supposed so according to Fortune and the New Republic the New Republic's I think a left-wing publication described, I can't pronounce her name, as a former Trump appointee who follows a number of conspiracy theorists and far-right accounts on Twitter. Well, that doesn't mean anything. Upon her appointment, the Financial Times noted that her previous work with the World Economic Forum.
Well, that's
Yeah,
just another evil group.
that sounds like a real right winger. You know, she's working the World Economic. Well, maybe I guess that could be. I mean,
I don't know why we even allow that organization to exist.
yeah, I don't.
Thank you, Germany.
I don't
You
think that's
ruined the world
right or
again.
left leaning. I think that's just completely. I don't know. I don't even know how to do this.
I think we should just ban it and throw everyone involved in it. You know, all the people that are part of the WF and actually want to, put their stuff and all the procedures into the real world into jail for treason, because it's unelected people deciding what the world should do.
Yeah,
And people are like, oh,
but,
the Republicans are threats to our democracy. Those are the real republic. Second off, no, that's a leftist now, because let's face it, it's all and mega corporations who want to rule the world. Oh, just get rich. Take a pick. You want to know how we get cyberpunk? The WF is how we get cyberpunk. We need to stop listening to people from Germany.
So here's the link to the
because Germany gave us the WF, and Germany gave us Henry Kissinger, who is no better than Hitler.
Yeah, well, I think Germany, as far as like if they really did model our education on the German one, where you have to go to the gymnasium and pass that college entrance exam and all that and then
our education system was based upon, at the time, where it was credo standardized upon Germany and Scotland. I don't know what was based upon now, but now it's just out of hand.
Wasn't this back like when was it? Was the 1800s or the early 20th century, probably, right?
Yeah,
but it's not
like we want to be like,
it's not based upon the current situation. It's not based upon the current system where well, I think a lot of people they go to trade school instead of a gymnasium.
Yeah, like I said, they go to trade schools and they have integrated math, but nobody wants to do that. It's like, we want to be like that country, but we really don't want to be like that country.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
It's like we look at around the world and know nothing.
I've heard German factories are managed differently in the way that there's supposedly less tension between the workers and the management. And I don't know if that's true or not. That it's
no. Well, Germany is known to be very efficient.
Huh?
Well, Germany is known to be very efficient.
Yeah, but it sounds like that they're efficient in a way, though, that isn't constantly putting the workers and management at each other's throats. I could be misunderstanding things, but I'm not sure that the workers exactly control the factories. But I think maybe there's less tension between workers and management.
Didn't you say you want to go to bed like 20 minutes ago?
Yeah. Have a good night.
Good night, everyone.
Oh, I probably should say we stream every Thursday, 5 Pacific, 6 Mountain, 7 Central, 8 p.m. Eastern. And I think that's U.S. and Canada times. Take care, everybody.
Yes.